think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. Well, does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Just like the wind, she slipped through my fingers, yeah. Just like the earth beneath fell away, and this blinding flash of memories played before my eyes, and all I saw was you. Hey,
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first ever Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament brought to you by ESL in partnership with Riot. I'm your host, and I have my good friend here today, Moonboy.
What's up, everyone? My name is Moonbar Gaming, and yeah, so we have come to the playoffs of the Monuments of Power seasonal tournament today, and today we have 32 players lined up for you guys, and yeah, we have like lots of games. We got a whole day of games planned up for you guys, dude. I am excited, and yeah, we actually have two players coming in from the Gauntlet this season, and they are Joe and Acuver. So 30 players who qualify via the Masters bracket, and also two players coming in from the Gauntlet bracket. It's not going to be easy for all
Yeah,
32 players this weekend.
this is for sure a culmination of the season-long grind of a lot of these players. Some people qualifying from the Masters, so there we took the top 700 Masters, and that's what we're putting into the 1,024 player pool last week. But a third of those, like 300 of them, are coming in from the Gauntlet. So two of those actually qualified, and then 30 of those are from the master players. So we have the best of the best here. Last week we had 1,000 players. Now we're finished with the pool stage, and we're moving on to the top 32 playoffs, and we're gonna see some really, really exciting matches today. The best of the best for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And we have, yeah, as what we said, we have the whole day planned out for you guys. Players actually go through the gruesome 5 Swiss rounds as of day number one, and yeah, because based on statistics, we have like pretty good pretty various amount of decks that's played on the pool stages from the top 32 players. And based on what we see, I think TF GP Go Hard or TF Elise Go Hard would be the more favorable archetype moving forward in this particular round, and it might be the deck to beat, or players might be playing around this particular deck.
Yeah, but before everything else, we're gonna go to look at our top 32 bracket for the day, and we're gonna find out who we're featuring first in the first round, which I think is gonna be someone from Malaysia and Hong Kong. So the countries here are well represented. There are a lot of players qualifying from the Philippines, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, and everything else. And we're gonna look at how we are gonna see
So
32 top
yeah,
32 bracket here. And first round, we got Florine and Scuttlebutt as our featured match. So we also have the other here. We're not showing most of the top 32 bracket, but the thing about here is like the interesting thing about the featured match is Scuttlebutt actually brought a spicy deck, and I think Mason, the Moonboy here, is going to tell us what that spicy deck is.
yeah, so Scuttlebutt actually brought in, it's probably the only deck, in this archetype in this whole tournament, and he actually brought in a Shyvana A-Soul Dragon. So yeah, Dragons has been a new archetype that has been introduced to us in the Monuments of Power when Shyvana just came out, with the new battle tag with the new ability Fury. And yeah, probably we will see some big dragons coming in from Scuttlebutt side of the field, and hopefully we get to see some dragon action today. I believe Zero Infinity is kind of like a huge dragon fan as well.
Yeah, and so we're gonna look at into the Mulligan phase right now. So the game is already underway, and Scuttlebutt here actually bringing in the dragons into the first ever round. Also, ASOL is already in hand, and we see the first match already being played with Fleet Feather Tracker going down on the board, and on the side of Florine, we already have the Field of Rush deck with Trundle and Tryndamere, and it's gonna be brutal if they get to later turns wherein he can cast this amazing spell that gives us two 10-10 champions, both possibly with Overwhelm. And yeah, this is how the match will possibly play out in the later rounds.
Yeah, and especially for Florian, the Tryndamere player, all his game plan is to be taking his time, clearing his board, stalling enough time to reach Feel the Rush on 12 mana. And look at his hand right now. He has 2 Avalanche. He has the Withering Will available to be used as well, and also that Trochan in his hand as well. So he has lots of ways to actually control the dragon player over here. And if he actually has more freezes and whatnot, in his deck, if he could control the board and not allow Scuttlebutt to overwhelm with the amount of dragons on board, Florian might actually have the upper hand over here in this particular matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna come down to if Florine can contest the board with either removal spells. So I'm hoping that he has a Ruination somewhere in there in his deck list to start dealing with these dragons, because double Avalanche is just not gonna do it here, especially if when Shyvana already goes for the attack, she gets a +1/+1, and the double Avalanche in Florine's hand is not gonna do much against a 5 toughness dragon in Shyvana and the challenger one. So he's opting for the pass here, and he is going for an attack, I assume, and this is gonna be a lot of damage here with 5, 9, 11 damage already, and we get to see how powerful these dragons really are and why Scuttlebutt is a believer in this archetype.
Yeah, not forgetting, Scuttlebutt actually has 6 points of heal as per previously, and right now he drew another Catalyst of Aeon, so that is a total of 9 extra points of healing. So with Withering Will and Aeon, Catalyst of Aeon at his disposal right now, he could heal his health back up, remain slightly healthier, and at the same time he could go for the Wild Claw as a blocker as well. So here comes an Avalanche coming in from Scuttlebutt, clear off the Fleet Feather Tracker. But I think, the Dragons...
Claw. The Spring's Guardian here is representing an heal that can take Shyvana up to 5 HP again, and he has a lot more mana work here. He has single combat, Pale Cascade, so if he really wanted to, he can use a Pale Cascade in a single combat to immediately get this Alpha Wild Claw off the board. But he goes for a draw spell here, drawing another Aurelion Soul, and another Challenger Dragon.
Yeah, not forgetting Shyvana is going to be leveling up pretty soon, probably after this attack, and he actually has the single combat and also the concerted strike to be used against his opponent with his dragons. And here comes the Eclipse Dragon, a 7/7 on the board is a direct answer to the Wild Claw, and a single combat over here could remove the Wild Claw, and at the same time leveling up the Shyvana and having more damage moving in, as at 8 HP, that is not the kind of HP in your Nexus that you are gonna look at facing the Demacia Dragon deck.
Yeah, and I think it's a curious play here. Of course, we see the Eclipse Dragon coming down mostly because the opponent didn't have Ruination mana, so it's gonna feel safe to try and push damage this turn. He does put down an Alpha Wild Claw to start going with the blocks, but it's just gonna get cleaned up here by the Eclipse Dragon because it's basically a force block. He has to do something here. He has the Troll Chant to try to get this attack from not killing him outright, and he is going to survive the attack from the Eclipse Dragon as well. So he has 6 damage on the board now, but a Pale Cascade is going to say no to those efforts, bring it back down to 8 damage going on to the Nexus, and this might just be game 1 going on to Scuttlebutt with Dragons taking the win over Feel the Rush, Trundle Tryndamere.
Yeah, so keeping just 3 mana up open, it allows him to go into that Pale Cascade play. It's a wonderful play coming in from Scuttlebutt, taking in game number 1. So yeah, we get to see the power of dragons. They are so huge. The amount of damage coming in is so aggressive, and they also have a much wider board compared to the Feel the Rush deck. And yeah, it seems like Florian has no way to be able to deal with this board and without the Ruination available in his hand at that point of time.
Yeah, there was just too much of an opportunity there to start developing because Florine had just 8 mana, so that was tapped out of Ruination mana. So he had the opportunity to go for the kill there for the Alpha Strike using the most of the dragons. But we're going into game 2 here, and Florin is sticking with FTR, Trundle Chindamir, and we're gonna see Go Hard on the side of Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, and this particular matchup, with the TF Elise coming in from Scuttlebutt, his game plan is just gonna, cut as much go hard as possible, drawing as much go hard as possible, and then, flipping the go hard into pack your bags and potentially closing the game and clearing the board with the pack your bags. But however, with Florin, I believe this is kind of the upper hand where Florin would have advantage over here, where his creatures are his units are mainly above 5 health. At the point of Pack a Bag. So, and with the Tryndamere, without it being leveled, Pack a Bag is not going to do much against a non-leveled Tryndamere.
Yeah, and Go Hard decks aren't really built to go toe-to-toe with control decks like FTR. So what's going to happen, mostly how the match plays out, is they're going to play some ramp. They just go feel the rush on you, and it's going to be tough to deal with overwhelmed creatures at a 10-10 stat line, right? So there's not going to be much targets here for Go Hard on the side of Scuttlebutt. The way to win this match really is try to get an early aggressive board going in, and you can't really sit back too much, because if you sit back too much, the FTR player is going to gain the upper hand, because that's the way FTR plays out, right? The ramp decks play out that the longer the game goes, the more they are favored. So I'm curious why Scuttlebutt here is not trying to get an aggressive start. I mean, you have to respect the Avalanche, of course, but if you are not gaining any traction on tempo board-wise, it's going to be tough for you to get into the game.
Yep, and here comes a Twist of Fate coming in from Scuttlebutt, and he drew a Glimpse Beyond on top of that blue card coming in from the TF. So, and with the Salvage and also the Glimpse Beyond, it seems like Scuttlebutt has lots of ways to level up the TF, and it seems like Florin has to deal with the TF. And if the TF ever goes out of hand, the amount of value coming in from the TF would be too huge. And here we have on turn number 6, where Florin drew the Flash Freeze off the top, and he got an option to go for the Alpha Windclaw for development, but he's going for the Avalanche. He says, I'm not going to deal with the Twist of Fate anymore, and here comes the Glimpse Beyond coming in from Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, then that's really how this matchup plays out. The FTR player is just going to try to keep the board clean for him to start getting into his FTR turns safely. So it's a boon here that the Jagged Butcher is actually 3-3, so the Avalanche doesn't reach him. But of course, a Vile Feast is going to clean that up real soon on the side of Florin. But one thing that is to note about is, like, this is really one of the decks that spawned. Go Hard is one of the decks that spawned from the KDA, let's say, mini expansion, and has been performing really well on ladder and in tournament. So there is just only a couple of decks that can counter it, mainly control decks, and that's exactly what he is facing down right now. But I don't really count this deck out too much, because even though in its unfavored matchups, it can still eke out a win every now and then.
Yeah, and here we see Scuttlebutt drew his third Go Hard from the deck, and with this particular Go Hard going off, it means that the Pack of Bags is coming, and without further thoughts, he's firing off that Go Hard onto that 1/1 Spider. He has the Salvage to actually draw himself a chance of getting himself a Pack of Bags. So that being said, there are about 6 to 8 Pack of Bags in his deck right now. The chances of him drawing into it is slightly high, and the Alpha Windclaw, and with the Zap Spray Fin, it immediately draw him his Pack of Bag, and that means that Trundle is going to go down if he ever chooses to block with the Alpha Windclaw this turn. Scuttlebutt could potentially clear the board right here with the Pack of Bags against
and
Florin.
this is a great play here, just going for the full development, trying to get Florin to commit a mistake on blocks. He's gonna, if any of these creatures block, of course, even including the Wild Claw, it's gonna get cleaned up by Pack Your Bags, and that's how this deck plays out, right? You play a bunch of Go Hards, put a bunch of Go Hards in your deck, play a bunch of these draw cards. Salvage draws you a card. Fortune Croaker draws you a card. Zap Sprayfin arguably tutors a pack your bags, a go hard, or depending on how many Gilms Beyond you still have in the deck. But this is a nice position here for Scuttlebutt to start taking over the game, and I think this is a no-brainer here. We're gonna see pack your bags, and it's gonna clean up both the Alpha Wild Claw and the Trundle, getting off the board off Florine, and he's gonna have board dominance here for possibly the rest of the game because it doesn't look like Florine has much. He has an Ice Quake to stem the bleeding, but Scuttlebutt here has some refill with a possible salvage to get some more creatures and Fortune Croaker to get some more draw going.
Yeah, and this particular packer bag brings his Nexus down to 7, but with that Trochan, the Alpha Wildclaw actually survived the packer bag, and if he ever choose to attack over here, he could potentially push up to 6 damage, and here comes a Ice Pillar going onto the Zap, making it vulnerable, and the Chronicle of Ruin is gonna say, no vulnerable for you today, I'm gonna draw myself another copy of Goldheart and rinse and repeat the whole sequence again, playing off 3 Gold Hearts and then going off with a Packer Bag once again, but the Trinamir is probably not gonna have too much effect or too much pressure going into Scuttlebutt. Scuttlebutt is in a really safe position at 20 health, and also not forgetting he has 2 additional copy of Salvage over here as well. He could draw into more Packer Bags if he needs to, and all he needs to do is just fire off 2 more packs of back, and the Fortune Croaker is just going to draw him a Ruination. But however, the Ruination here might not do too much of a change, as it could level up the Trinamir, and that's not what Scuttlebutt wants. So yeah, it might not be what he's looking for, but the Doombeast might be something.
Yeah, and the full development there was the play, and Florine here has a couple of options. He has double freeze in hand, and he also has a Grasp of the Undying to take him up 3 HP while taking care of one of the creatures on the side of Scuttlebutt. He is possibly thinking about if the Grasp of the Undying is gonna get countered by Glimpse Beyond, because if Scuttlebutt does have the Glimpse Beyond, it's gonna deny 3 health going into the Nexus of Florine here. So he is looking at his choices. He's going for a Flash Freeze on the Zap Sprayfin, and let's see what else he's going to spend here. Another Flash Freeze on the Fortune Croaker, so that's only 2 damage going into his Nexus, and it's going to keep him safe for the meantime.
Yeah, and 5, with the graphs, he's gonna heal back to 8 if ever a Packer Bag is gonna be firing off over here. But hey, I mean, Scuttlebutt has a Ledros in his hand as well, so that could, and here comes the Ledros, right? As we said it, Ledros is gonna cut the Nexus down to half and bringing him down to 2. And Florine, irregardless of the heal coming in or not from the Packer Bag, he will be lethal with subsequent Packer Bags coming in. And with that Fortune Croaker in his hand, he has 2 Salvage in his hand, and he even have that Doombeast to finish the game off this turn if Florine ever taps out of 5 mana. So yeah, it seems like Scuttlebutt kind of have this whole game in his pocket, but not we can't rule out the possibility of the Atrocity in Florine's hand that could potentially win him the game, and he could sneak in a win with just the Atrocity from that Trinamir onto Scuttlebutt's Nexus.
Yeah, I imagine Scuttlebutt here is feeling really comfortable with his board. He already has Ledros. He can block something of value this turn, but there is a possibility of Florine here just eking out the win just barely with Atrocity in hand. So he's gonna go for a Savage here. Just take a look at his options. If he does get a nice removal spell, it's gonna be tough for Florine to get back here. But then he draws into a Glimpse Beyond, which is possibly the game ender here. With Doombeast coming down with Nightfall, it's gonna drain 2 HP from the Nexus of Florine, and he does go for a Grasp of the Undying play. Glimpse Beyond is gonna be right there to deny 3 HP of healing, and it's gonna end the game there. I don't think there's any out here for Florine, just because the Salvage took a Glimpse Beyond off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and that glimpse beyond, as you said, is so important. It could deny the healing, and it seems like the whole game is gonna place in Scuttlebutt's favor. And oh, a grasp on the Undying onto his own creature. That is a big
Yeah.
play coming from Florian. And wow, I mean, but he's safe. Scuttlebutt is safe from the atrocity. All he needs to do is just defend himself from this particular attack. I think Scuttlebutt might find the final nail in the coffin and finish this game off in this turn.
Yep, that was an amazing play coming from Florine. Realizing that the Glimpse Beyond is going to be available for Scuttlebutt, and he decides to grasp one of his own creatures. This is exactly what we want to see here in this high-level games in the top 32 rounds. So a Trundle is going to be considered attacking here, taking out the Zap Sprayfin, and he's probably thinking about if he wants to go for an attack with the Tryndamere as well, because he might be looking at this as a way to guarantee his atrocity on the following turns, just so it doesn't get vengeance or anything crazy like that if he does not attack with the Tryndamere. But he realizing, I think, that this is already lethal if he does attack with it. So considering Overwhelm, there's gonna be 6 damage coming in from the Tryndamere and 8 damage coming in from the Trundle. So that's exact lethal if Scuttlebutt here doesn't manage to find a out. And just giving up the game there, he realizes that it's 14 damage, and it's 1-1 right now, with Florine getting 1 game and also Scuttlebutt getting 1 game. So we're going to go through a 3rd game, and I'm not sure since we didn't see the picks and bans, but it's looking like an exciting set for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I still can't get over that grasp of the Undying play from Florine. Like, it's so huge. Like, it's the game-winning card for him, and which allows him to go for that lethal over there. And moving on to game number 3, we have Florine coming in with Gohard, TFGP Gohard, and we've Scuttlebutt with Gohard as well. So we are gonna see a Gohard mirror in the final game over here. So in this kind of situation, I think whoever that could chip in the most damage early game and finish off with Pegger Bags, whoever gets the most Pegger Bags, kind of win in this matchup. And it seems like right now, Florine might have the upper hand in terms of like trading and chipping in early damage in the early game.
Yeah, this is quite a curious mirror, right? So it's gonna come down to who gets Pack Your Bags the earliest, because that's gonna destroy the other player's board. And we see here already 2 Gohards on the side of Scuttlebutt, and it's looking great. So 1 Gohard is gonna go down on the Spider, and Doombeast already, like, it's super early to get this Doombeast out. And then we're gonna see possibly a barrel play into 1 Gohards, but of course it's the attack turn, so it's not gonna get that off that easily.
Yeah, and I believe that Scuttlebutt actually played that Doombeast over here to intend to block the Elise, so it kind of discourages the Elise from attacking this turn. And Florine chose to go for the Keg plays, and it seems like Florine might be going in for the Gohard this turn onto either one of Scuttlebutt's creature. But you have to keep in mind that of the Glimpse Beyond that could be countering this particular play also. And here comes the Gohard coming in onto Doombeast. Scuttlebutt is going to answer with the Glimpse Beyond, and potentially drawing into more opportunities into Gohard. It seems like he's not going to go for the Glimpse Beyond to deny this Gohard from Florine. I don't know. It's play Glimpse Beyond there might be the better play for Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, I mean, there was an argument there to play Glimpse Beyond, but one thing that you can look at it is he wants to guarantee more Gohard draws. So he has only played 1 Gohard as of the moment, and he's looking for more. So he's looking for a spot wherein Glimpse Beyond is going to guarantee him more chances at drawing a pack your bags or go hard. So he's going for another go hard here, the second one for Scuttlebutt, and he already has a third one, so that means he only has to draw one more to turn it into pack your bags.
Yeah, and I mean, Scuttlebutt right now, the only way that he could draw into more options is going to be that Glimpse Beyond. But on Florian's side, he has two salvage, and not forgetting the Twisted Fate also. If the Twisted Fate ever evolves or level up over here, he could draw, he had more chances to draw into more copies of Gohad. So at this stage right now, Scuttlebutt is the player with the most Gohad in his deck. But however, Florian has the most draw power right now in his hand. So it could go anybody. It could go to anybody's game right now. And here comes a salvage coming in from Florian, discarding a Zap and a Fortune Croaker. Could he get more Gohad from this particular draw? And it seems like it's not gonna be the case for Florian.
Yeah, but I mean, like as he said, this is a curious case, right? Florine already has. He doesn't have the pack your bags already set up. Scuttlebutt does, but in terms of hand quality, the Florine here has the upper hand. He has a lot of draw power in his hand with two more salvage, I think, in hand. Am I seeing that right? That's pretty crazy. And if this TF ever gets to a point that it can level up, it's gonna pose some problems here for Scuttlebutt.
Yeah, not forgetting, here comes the first, the Gohad coming in from Florian, second Gohad coming in from Florian, taking out the Elise, and without hesitation, the Glimpse Beyond is gonna come in and draw Scuttlebutt two more extra cards, and he needs to draw into more options to kill off the Twisted Fate and deny the Twisted Fate from leveling up. But at this stage, it seems like the Twisted Fate is really safe to be leveling up moving forward with two salvage in his hand. And yeah, he could draw up to like 5 cards next turn with two salvage and the draw from turn. And here we see a Doombeast coming in from Scuttlebutt, bringing Florian's health down to 3. So Scuttlebutt is in need for blockers right now, and it seems like that Doombeast is more of a tempo play than a draining his health kind of play.
Yeah, unfortunately, we were looking forward to see a Glimpse Beyond, and I think Scuttlebutt was also looking forward to see the Glimpse Beyond draw him one of the copies of Pack Your Bag, but that didn't happen. And there's pressure now going on to his Nexus with 6 damage going in, and a Jagged Butcher now coming down with the Plunder. It's gonna be 3-3. He's just looking for a Pack Your Bags here to stabilize. He's not getting it as of the moment with another Dreadweight deckhand off the top of the deck. And Florine here has an opportunity to level up the Twisted Fate, and it's gonna be nasty. It's gonna be nasty because every card that you play on subsequently when with a Twisted Fate leveled up is out on the field is gonna produce a blue card, produce a red card. It's produce a gold card on the third spell, and man, that's gonna wipe the board clean of Scuttlebutt's units.
Yeah, and that is gonna be the third Gohad coming in from Florine, and it's gonna produce a pack of bags in subsequent Gohad. And with he has pick a card, Twisted Fate pick a card in his hand as well, and all he needs to do is ensure that this Twisted Fate doesn't die this turn. He could level up the Twisted Fate, he could draw 3 more cards, and the amount of Gohad in his deck right now is huge, right? The amount of Gohad, there's lots of Gohad and Pack of Bags in his deck right now, and Florian could easily win the game and clear his board with Scuttlebutt's hand right now, and Scuttlebutt is really running out of option. And here we see the Twisted Fate leveling up over here, and Scuttlebutt will be in huge danger.
Yeah, and we go here for a salvage play into the blue card, so that's basically going to draw us 3 cards already. 2 Pack Your Bags on the side of Florine here. Scuttlebutt here is still drawing duds. He doesn't have his Pack Your Bags. Still another Elise coming into the hand. We have a Chronicler of Ruin, but that's not going to do much with the Twisted Fate already leveled up, and there's a Gangplank as well. it's looking brutal here for Scuttlebutt. It looks like Florina already has this in the bag, puns intended.
Yeah, essentially. And with that Gangplank coming in right here, and the red card is gonna swing the health down from this deckhand to one, to two. And with the amount of pressure coming in, and we see a scoop coming in from Scuttlebutt, and there we have it. Florine taking the win over Scuttlebutt and moving forward to top 16. Congratulations to Florine from Hong Kong from winning the top 32 rounds. Yo,
Yeah,
this game is so
really, man.
intense and
That was crazy. Yeah, so I mean, the best thing about that is like the grass play is actually the deciding factor of Florine winning that whole set right there. Because if he used grass on one of the creatures on Scuttlebutt, it was going to be a GG for him in a 2-0. But realizing that play, that his option was to use grass on one of his own creatures so that it doesn't get denied by Glimpse Beyond, actually got him the win on the second game, and it went all the way to game three. I think it was a great start there actually from Scuttlebutt. He had more go hards already in hand. He had pack your bags already set up, but he just couldn't draw into it. He had Glimpse Beyond. He had an option with Glimpse Beyond. I don't think he drew a Zap Strafing, if I'm correct, but I mean, it was just unfortunate to see that he didn't draw pack your bags. But yeah, I mean, leveled up TF on the side of Florine on the third game. I think that really spelled GG in that particular match. And it was just hard for Scuttlebutt there to come back, just not having enough draw power to draw him more into the deck to find more of the cards that he needed to win the game.
yeah, as the deck name says, right? There's this nickname for the Go Hard deck. It's called Back Alley Poker. And dude, it really comes down to the luck and draws when it comes to the mirror. And here we see Florian, having the upper hand in this poker game against Scuttlebutt, drawing so much Go Hard, and the amount of draw power in this deck is huge. And not getting that final Gangplank actually seals the final nail into the coffin, and saying like, with no creatures on your board, I have a huge a creature with overwhelm, 5/5 Gangplank with overwhelm coming in, and you are in huge trouble, and they're winning the game and closing the whole series. So yeah, that's a pretty huge play from Florine, and not forgetting that grass spade is gonna be the MVP for this whole round.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank was beautifully timed too, right? It went simultaneous with the red card cleaning up both the Dreadway deckhands on game three. So that's the kind of awareness we like to see from top 32 players. They really are bringing the best of the best in these top playoff rounds, and we're going to be in for more during the whole day. So this is just the first match. We're going to see, I think, possibly 4 matches or more, depending on how the schedule goes. But that was a great start to a great day of having a top 32 playoffs. I mean, one thing that was really interesting as well as we get to see dragons on the very first round of the playoffs. And I mean, I'm a big fan of that deck. It's like something that hasn't really worked that much on ladder, but it's great to see someone that can bring a unique deck into the playoffs. So that just speaks volumes of how the meta in Runeterra is very, very diverse.
Yeah, and speaking of dragons, I think dragon is kind of a really good pick coming into this tournament, right? Especially with like Gohard's deck being so popular in this meta, they have close to no answers to anything above like 4 or 5 health. So, and I gotta give prop to Scuttlebutt over here for picking the Dragon's deck as part of his lineup, which is kind of a smart decision, and to counterplay into whatever the meta is right now, especially with the TF Go Hard deck being the stronghold of this whole particular meta during this season. And not forgetting Florine outplaying, and he's gonna be one step closer to the grand prize of $10,000. So yeah, the champions will be walking away with $10,000 after this whole tournament has been concluded. And dude, it's $10,000 is so much money, dude. And yeah, if I'm the winner, I will probably get the new Christmas Yeti board.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was so fast. We got into game one so fast after that. Yeah, so I mean, like there was we didn't even actually say how much the players are winning, but we're gonna go into another match here with Pokey Barry, with, with Pokey Barry already in the middle of the round. I think double red draws on the side of Pokey Barry, and Artify is on go hard as well. I mean, these are players that I believe Seiya know of, right? So these are players that have achieved rank one. Both of them, Artify actually rank one in the server as of this moment, and Pokeberry has also achieved rank one a season ago and 2 seasons ago as well. And it's wow, this is Clash of the Titans right here.
I've whipped up something special.
Yeah, and both great players. Artify with 800 LP, qualifying this tournament with 800 LP being number one seed in the Masters ladder, and Pokey Berry from Singapore with X Masters, X number one Masters, and here we have the Ledros coming in from Pokey Berry. So this is gonna be the same matchup where whoever draws the CF first is gonna whoever gonna fire off the pack of bags as soon as possible is gonna win this particular matchup. But it seems like Artify is going for the salvage, drawing himself more chances into the go hard. And yeah, Pokebear is in this situation where he doesn't have any way of drawing, and it seems like Artify is gonna take this round with this particular attack, as Pokeberry has no way to deal with this strike coming in from Artify.
Yeah, and it looks like it's already GG Artify taking that game. And I assume that's what 2-1 already. So he Artify takes out Barry in the tournament. So wow, that was an insane first round for sure. Like both players arguably one of the best people on the server already going at it at round one. It was a mirror match and we didn't see how the first and second match played out, but it looks like Artify is advancing into the top 16 as well.
Yeah, so as what you guys could see, from we have players like Sporin and Scuttlebutt, Artify and Pokeberry. So the level of this particular tournament is so so high, right? Where we have like number one masters over here, players with like big brains play, and in this whole tournament, and we gotta see so much more in the subsequent matches, and I am so excited for what's to come. Especially if we have like great players like Mr. Bear from Singapore, Hyde from Singapore, Adele from Philippines, from Team Tyrants, and the lineup for the top 32 is insane, Zero.
Yeah, I mean, like Artify actually, if a lot of people I think don't know this, but he has a super high win rate on ladder. You think he'd have a lot of matches going in for rank one, but the stats here, like the stats we brought up, he actually had 75% win rate on ladder, and he had like around like close to just 200 matches on ranked, and it's mystifying to see someone with that high of a win rate on ladder, and it just goes to show how much of a great player he is going into later rounds as well. So he might just be the favorite of winning the lion's share of 20,000 US dollars. So if you guys didn't know, people are playing here for 20,000 US dollars, and with the first one getting $10,000, and the other half of that 20,000 is gonna be split uh, between the other 31 players. So if you make it to top 32 already, you're already in the money, and you are playing at one of the tournaments for the best of the best.
Yeah, exactly as what you said. This is a tournament of the best, right? Players from all over SEA coming in, and yeah, so like the best players from SEA is gonna be in this tournament, doing their best, fighting it out, and congratulations to all the 16 players who actually made it through the top 16. And I'm excited for what's to come. And yeah, we will be going on a short break, right? And we will be back in with the top 16 playoffs. And yeah, guys, we also have like much more new information to be sharing with you guys. And do stay tuned, and we will be back in a very short while.
think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. Well, does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Just like the wind, she slipped through my fingers. Yeah, just like the earth beneath fell away, and this blinding flash of memories played before my eyes, and all I saw so desperate on my knees to break. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for tonight. I hold on to every garment, won't surrender, not tonight. The shadow rises and I walk through the valley, but I won't let nothing take my heart away. I recognize the powers as they rally. Call the names, I break them one by one and face to face. And I hear the voice of an angel telling me not to lay down. And I feel the spirit guiding, telling me not to give up. Hold on to every promise I've been praying for tonight. I hold on to every garment, won't surrender, not tonight. Won't surrender, not tonight. Won't surrender, not tonight. Play a song. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Play a song. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 turn it up and then I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 turn it up I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. it to me like, give it to me like, give it to me like, give it to me like. Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all surrounding
think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. Does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Monuments of Power season and tournament playoffs brought to you by ESL. And yo, players are playing off for $10,000, and we have the top 32 today at the playoffs. And players are playing for the $10,000 and also glory for themselves, calling themselves champions of the SEA shot for the season. And and 32 players actually qualify. And currently, we are moving on to our top 16 round. So 16 players are remaining, and at this point of time, it could be anybody's game. We are at a playoff stage. Anything could happen. And I'm really excited for the rest of the day to come. And today I'm joined by Zero Affinity. How are you doing, friend?
Hey man, I mean, it's been an exciting start so far. The first set that we witnessed was pretty insane, and there were some really highlighted plays over there that show you how the level of the players here in the top 32 bracket. But of course, like you said, we are already moving into the top 16, wherein it's gonna be a lot tougher into the future rounds. So we have the top 16 bracket already on the screen now, and then we have Weather 5 and Gish as our featured match for the top 16 round, and we have also seen the Artify playing it out with Pokeberry in the last parts of the broadcast, and he eked out a win against Pokeberry. Of course, Artify, our current resident ranked one on the Southeast Asia server. So we're gonna see. So we're gonna see a match later on between Gish, and they brought one of the, I think, the decks that we are mostly going to see today in TF GP, or with possibly Elise, Go Hard, and of course a lot of popular choices as well.
Yeah, and not forgetting the popular decks like Fiora, Shen, and also Astro Draven. Like these three decks in particular are like the most favorite deck moving into this tournament. And we have Weatherfy from Malaysia and Gish from Taiwan. And we're gonna see these three decks in action between these two players, possibly as these three decks are like the decks of choice, and they are like the probably one of the strongest deck right now in the current meta of the game. So there are like tons of possibility, and we saw Artify from the previous game moving forward to the top 16 also. And not forgetting his opponent Jin is from Singapore, is the first master player from the beta season. So that is kind of like a fun fact for that particular player. And I'm really excited. Like there are so much good players over here. The level of plays are so high for this tournament. and we're gonna be here for with you guys the whole day for this event.
Yeah, actually, I remember Gene Wright being the first one to ever hit Masters in beta. I was there when it happened. I was like, "Oh man, someone's already Masters. This guy's really pretty good." But I mean, before we move on to the top 16 rounds, we of course have a very special segment for us today. We're gonna reveal some cards that you have never seen before, and if you are a big fan of Riven, you're gonna want to see this new mechanic and new card that we're gonna reveal for you in just a few moments time. But yeah, I mean, Jin, man, it's been long since met him on ladder. It's been long since I've seen him on ladder, and it's glad to see him back in here. And yep, let's check out the new card being revealed here today on stream live.
So yes, guys. So we got our first card that got released for today's tournament. We got the card that got released for this tournament. It's called the Blade Squire. It's a 1 mana 1/2 with the new keyword Reforge. And what Reforge does is actually create a random blades fragment. Which you casted all 3 different fragments. You could create a Blade of Exile, and one of the fragment is this particular fragment that you guys are looking at right now. Is the Glinting Blade fragment. So give an ally +2/+0 this round. It can't be cast in combat or response to a spell. So it's a 1 mana burst speed card. It kind of works something like a gem. As per the previous season and the previous set, and this particular card, it might be a great power boost to Noxus moving forward with the new whole blade archetype, and possibly leading into Riven with the subsequent card reviews.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna spoil anything about Riven here, but I assume people are getting excited about what the we have in store for Riven. So, Glinting Blade Fragment here, really good for like trading as well. But of course, one thing to note about is it's a created card, so we have already seen the Victor reveal, and it might be giving a chance to other regions to pair with Victor. So any region that can produce a card, of course, this being one, can be a great pairing for Victor. So we might see more cards like this in the Noxus region, of course, and then we might look into experimentation with Victor going into Noxus decks with these created cards.
Yes, man, and especially talking about experimentation, and just a little fun fact about this particular card is that it is the second last breath creature in a unit in Noxus, and Noxus being Noxus, last breath might not be what they usually have, but with the addition of a last breath unit in the pool of Noxus unit, and it could be paired up with things like SI, right? SI Noxus, like Shadow Owls Noxus, where they could pair with like the Butcher or like Navigate Collector. Like these cards or the Chronicle of Ruins. Like this card could potentially generate more of this like Blades fragment from the Squire, and maybe forging the blade much faster, and producing more shards with it, with like Chronicle of Ruin, where it could spawn itself another copy of the Squire, and completing the blade much faster. And this way, that could be the one of the end games for this particular Noxus archetype moving forward.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card to say the least. Of course, we are going to see more of these cards revealed later on in more seasonal tournament broadcast, I assume, because I think there was a post on Southeast Asia page wherein there were like total of 7 card reveals, I think, on different broadcasts. So definitely watch out for those, and it's gonna be coming into these cards that you see here today, and of course the subsequent cards that we've seen from the spoilers a couple days back. Of course, we also saw the card reveals from yesterday in on the Twitter account. If you're not following that on Legend of Runeterra Twitter, you should be, so you can get up to date with these new cards being revealed, and we'll all see them in action. I think on the 16th of December. Correct me if I'm not wrong, Moonboy.
Yeah, 16th of December is the release of this new set. So yeah, you guys should get ready your resources and get it as soon as it releases.
I think a lot of people here already have their shards saved up, especially for the champions that they really do want. Like Zoe's coming in, Victor's coming in, and of course, we're gonna find out soon what Rivet is bringing onto the table.
Yeah, and speaking of Victor and Zoe, I mean, let's talk about Zoe. I mean, 1 mana, 1/1 elusive. And the design, like, she's really cute and everything. Yo, I'm like simping for Zoe, and I'm gonna like try it out. Like, she looks really good.
I mean, I imagine you'd be simping for something like that. I mean, you are a big Teemo fan, of course. Want to cast 1/1 elusive, right up your alley. But I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. Of course, we'd go hard at the top of the meta. Well, maybe we'll see that change later on. But as of now, I don't see it panning out too well for our Zoe here. But I mean, Victor is also one of those cards that I think is really interesting. I mean, created cards augment looks like a pretty powerful mechanic, and yeah, I mean, really exciting stuff coming into the next expansion, which we are going to have soon.
Yeah, and as what you said, Victor kind of augment. The augment keyword actually focuses a lot on like created cards, and especially like cards like Karma, champions like Karma or like Heimerdinger, like these all creatures will be helpful to this whole Victor archetype. But I mean, the new set aside, let's just move right into our top 16 game over here, where we have Weather5 going up against Gish from Taiwan, and here we see Gish with the Shen Fiora and Weather5 with the TFGP Go Hard. So in this particular matchup, I believe the Marcia player might have the upper hand, especially with so many small creatures, small unit from Weather5, and with that Fiora in his hand with so much protection available at Gish's disposal. If that Fiora ever gets a pick off the all these small creatures, Gish could potentially win off from a Fiora win con over here.
Yeah, and that's a deciding factor between these matches, right? The fact that Fiora can get a really easy win onto Go Hard creatures is really what makes the deck favored here. But I mean, Weather5 here with a great starting hand, he already has 2 Go Hards in hand to try and take care of this Fiora. Of course, putting it down to 2. Now the Fiora needs protection right away if he wants to challenge this Jagged Butcher on the side of Weather5. I mean, he has a couple options here. 7 mana already banked for Gish. There's a River Shafer going down on the board. There is a possibility for the Green Glade to go down as well. But of course, I think the best play here for Shiora players, of course, is to try and keep as much mana up as possible so you can take care of any combat tricks that the Go Hard player is going to throw at you. So it's not a lot. It's probably just Glimpse Beyond, and sometimes the occasional Vengeance is there, which you can take care of Deny on the Fiora list.
Yeah, and the pass coming in from Gish is kind of weird. Moving forward, I mean, the Gish actually has a good opening to take out the Jagged Butcher, as well as he has Repose, he has Star Shaping, he has Prismatic Barrier also. But that being said, right, this actually plays Weather5 in a weird position where he could not properly attack with that Fiora on the board, and especially with so much mana available at Gish's disposal to do lots of combat trick. We know that he has the Prismatic Barrier, he has the Repose, he has Sharp Sight, and he even has single combat to clear off one of Weather5's units. And the amount of possibility from Gish is possibly like endless at this point of time.
Yeah, no, I think that was a pretty curious play here coming in from Gish. He had the option there to use single combat on Fiora going onto the barrel, but I mean, I think he was looking to use the single combat more on as a finisher with for the Fiora win con, and he decided that he wanted to do prismatic barrier on the River Shaper instead. Not not a play that usually you would make, but I think worked out for him in the end. So River Shaper here trying to get a block on the Jagged Butcher, possibly drawing him one more spell, and he is deciding if he wants to go and decide and block with the Fiora. And he uses Sharp Sight on the River Shaper, basically saying that he wants his River Shaper to leave and he thinks this is key to the matchup. And it might just be with River Shaper being able to draw a ton of spells here for the Fiora deck. And we see there a nice single combat denying the Glimpse Beyond here from Weather 5 and subsequently drawing him another spell, which is going to be Repost, and it's going to be a crucial part of the plan to getting Fiora all the way leveled up and trying to get you the win.
Yeah, and not forgetting River Shaper. As it strikes, it draws you more spells from your deck. It not just teens your deck from like options, but at the same time, it also fetches you more option from your deck also. So with in this particular matchup where Gish actually needs a lot of barrier, a lot of different spell to keep his Fiora alive. So the River Shaper is going to be so crucial moving forward in this particular matchup. And here comes the challenge onto the deckhand, adding one stack onto the Fiora, leading him one step closer to defeating Verify with just that Fiora win condition. And you see a relentless pursuit coming into Gish's hand, and it seems like Weather 5 right now might be running a little low on option, that he has to drop that Gangplank to apply a little bit of pressure towards Gish's in this spot state right now.
Yeah, and he actually has a great option here to do Relentless Pursuit right away if he wants to. And of course, the another consideration is to just banking in the mana for the repost, and he isn't even going to play a green glade there. And a Poop Shark now coming in from Weather 5 and trying to draw him more options here. The Glimpse Beyond being denied was a bit of a brutal consequence for him. Now he needs more cardio to find out more options, and the Relentless Pursuit already going off with Fiora challenging the Pool Shark and basically protecting the River Shaper here by drawing in that barrel. And the Gangplank is going to block for the 3-2, and it's gonna be that much closer for Fiora to clean up the GP with a repost.
What form will the waters take?
Yeah, and all Fiora needs to do is just kill off two more creatures, and Gish kind of have everything in the bag right now. And with that repost, it's an easy kill onto the GP, but Redify might be able to deny that with that Glimpse Beyond that he just drew. And not forgetting, Twist of Fate could give him a go card to take out that Fiora as well, or he could use Feast to fetch himself another copy of Go Hard and taking off the Fiora right here, forcing a repost coming out from Gish's hand. And as we see, the Zed comes down,
it's gonna be
it's gonna
back
be a
already, right?
pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna be
a pack
packer
back
bags
over
already,
here.
and it's gonna be tough for the Gish here because he doesn't have Notify or Deny already in hand. He goes for a Doom Beast play here. Pack Your Bags is already in play with Zap Strafing drawing it out, and he is looking to maybe respect another Sharp Sight. I'm not sure. If he doesn't attack with a Zap Strafing, he's definitely respecting a Sharp Sight here.
Yeah, and with Gish having 9 mana available in his mana bank, he has options to go for a repost into a Concerted Strike or even double repost, knowing that if that Packer Back is ever gonna come down. And all he really needs to find right now is go for like maybe some defensive cuts, a defensive spell that he could draw from the River Shaper, or Notify or even Deny, so that the Fiora could survive from the Pack Your Bags. And the Pack Your Bags is going to be so crucial over here against Gish, especially when the Fiora is so low and is really close to winning as well.
Yeah, and I mean, he is doing all that he can to protect this River Shaper, but I mean, Glimpse Beyond here is gonna deny the River Shaper of drawing any spell cards for the Fiora player. And Pack Your Bags, of course, is incoming, and I hope that Gish is going to bank mana to protect his Fiora Wincon with another repost in hand.
Yeah, and the Concerted Strike over here looks so juicy for Gish, and it seems like he's going in for the Concerted Strike, taking the GP out, drawing himself a single combat that is not gonna matter this turn, because we know that Packerback is coming in, the Fiora is gonna go down, and I think at least the River Shaper is alive, but it kind of like pushes Gish's game plan back a lot with that Fiora going down with this Packerback.
Yeah, it might have been a misstep here to try and protect the River Shaper from going down and expending the 5 mana on a Concerted Strike there. Now he has no mana to protect the Fiora, and of course his opponent knows that and is going to take advantage by playing the Pack Your Bags this turn of taking out the Fiora. Of the River Shaper gets to live, but I mean it's such a high cost to give up for the Fiora Wincon.
Beauty in the blade.
Yeah, and especially Gish's life is right here at 5, right? 5 is like the sweet spot that Go Hard player actually would like to see, because a single copy of Packerback is just gonna clear off your health from your Nexus, and and he drew a Zap Spray Fin from his hand, and that could draw him into more Go Hards with Salvage as well and a TF on board. I think Weather 5 might be able to turn this game around with, killing off that Fiora. And, he has so much access to draws and the Zap Spray Fin as well.
Yeah, there is a chance for him to turn this around, of course, with Gish already being this low. But Gish already also has the option of keeping his lead on the board with Sharp Sight and Single Combat, also drawing a Notify. And it's curious to see here that Weather 5 has included a Vile Feast in his deck, and that's not usually the builds that we see. We usually only see Glimpse Beyond and Go Hard, but I think Vile Feast is in here to respect a lot of those aggro matches that he was possibly going to face. And there's another Vile Feast, and that is kind of diluting the pool that Zap Spray Fin can draw. Of course, Zap Spray Fin draws 3 mana and below, so the less cards that you have, the more guaranteed draws of Go Hard that you can pull off with Zap Spray Fin. Now we see a Sharp Sight, and that's going to try and take care of one of the Zap Spray Fins, but a Withering Wail and a Vile Feast is going to try and take this Fiora out down with the Zap Spray Fin.
Yeah, not forgetting Gish also have the Notify in his hand as well. So doing it upon combat phase is not exactly what Weather 5 would want to do, as he could be countered by a Notify, but I think with Gish passing the turn back to Weather 5, and like, I'm gonna just wait for what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna be the responder. And I'm forcing you to cast a spell, and I'm gonna just deny that with the Notify, and put Weather 5 in a really awkward situation where he could not remove the Fiora right here on this turn as well.
Yeah, and that's a great top deck there from Gish with another Notify coming off. And we see the Dragon come down. We're gonna look at a combo of a Withering Wail and the Vile Feast trying to take out the Fiora, but of course 8 mana available on the side of Gish, and Weather 5 here is thinking about if he has any is thinking about the options of how Gish can make this Fiora survive if he does try to pull out this Withering Wail with Vile Feast play. Of course, Ruination is also an option here, and it might be the best one.
Yeah, and without further thought, Weather 5 immediately going in for the Ruination, clearing out this scary board coming in from Gish, and Gish is gonna go for the single combat, trying to draw himself a spell, to get some last minute value of that River Shaper, and hopefully he gets something, but a single combat might not be what he is looking for. But I mean, the single combat could remove whatever creature that is coming down, or like going in for the attack, and here we see Gish attacking with the Screeching Dragon and the Zap Spray coming in so that he couldn't be challenged by the Screeching Dragon, and another copy of Gohard from Weatherfy, but however Weatherfy hand is looking kind of slow right now, and there's not much drawing power, and if Gish could build up his board right here, Gish could turn this game around, but Gish being at 1 health is kind of pretty scary, and here we see a single combat immediately removing the Zap. And yeah, the dragon is gonna, get a stack on that Fury. And Gish is still struggling very tight.
It's a consequence of how Gish gave up his Fiora win con earlier. If he didn't try and overprotect his River Shaper, he would be in such a great position right now. But now he is actually fighting for his life because the Go Hard can actually close you out from this life total. But the Notify here is going to be crucial, I think, to the game plan of Gish, trying not to get himself GG'd over here. If the Pack Your Bags ever comes out, Notify is going to be right there and to try and stop that. Especially, and another counter spell coming into Gish's hand with Deny. The Screeching Dragon now pulling the Pool Shark, getting in 3 damage, and of course, getting another spell card with the River Shaper if it strikes the Nexus.
Yeah, and here we see Weatherfly trying a way, to pick out one of Gish's threat right here, and we're gonna see a Vengeance coming in onto the Screeching Dragon, but Gish have 2 copies of spell denials in his hand, 1 copy of Notify and a Deny, and here we would likely to see a Deny coming in onto the Vengeance, and Gish is maintaining his tempo in this particular game, and he has to rush Weather 5 down. River Shaper is going to draw him so much more cards, and another Deny coming in from Gish's hand. And at this point, both players are actually struggling for option. It could be anybody's game. It all really depends on top deck at this point of time.
Yeah, and there's a salvage here coming down from Weather 5, and we're gonna see 2 more cards. There's a Go Hard, there's a Commander Ledros coming into the hand of Weather 5, and this might be one of the turning points if he can safely drop down Ledros with tempo advantage. Of course, the Deny might be coming down to deny the Blade, and a Shen with it on the back end. So it's going to be a tough choice here. Is it going to be Ledros? And it is going to be Ledros here for the side of Weather 5. And a Deny being considered here so he doesn't go down to 1. Oh, well, actually, it
was
kills
lethal.
him, right? If he doesn't deny because of the barrel.
Fate of mortals.
Yeah, the barrel
So he
actually
has to
adds
deny
1
there.
additional damage.
Yeah.
So, and a Shen coming in from Gish, and with this particular board state, I think Gish is kind of have the upper hand, but he gonna have a free trade onto the Ledros. He gets an extra spell of that River Shaper, but Weatherfire actually has that Withering Will that could do 2 to every single unit on Gish's board, and it could bring the game back to the same level once again. But Gishas have that Shen's champion spell as well, so it really comes down to how each player actually reacts to one another for this particular phase.
Yeah. And that Stand United can get pretty nasty sometimes. You can put it on a unblocked unit and switch it out with the Green Glade, and it can be surprisingly lethal at times. So there's a Vile Feast going down onto the dragon with a screech with a Withering Whale behind it, and we might see a Stand United if he wants to push in more damage, or we could just see a Notify on the Vile Feast.
Yeah, I mean he could do both of them at this point of time. Like the Stand United actually grants the 3 to 4 more additional damage, and he could protect the Screeching Dragon as well, and at the same time taking off the Ledros, and so it kind of like brings his unit advantage to a positive for Gish. So wow, at this point, it really could be anybody's game. And you know, if Battlefight actually finish off the Go Hard as well, the Packerback should be coming in pretty soon as his deck is getting thinner by the moment.
Yeah, and this is a great play here, trying to take out the Shen from harm's way, switching it out with the River Shipper. It's gonna draw another card, of course, with the Screeching Dragon also surviving, getting another stack of Fury. There's a concerted strike here on the side of Gish, but double Go Hard is gonna come down onto the Screeching Dragon to clean it up, and it's only going to be Shen going up against the Ledros here on the side of Weather 5. So it might be high time here to choose a concerted strike, but he decides against it, and Ledros is in here looking for blood.
Yeah, and here we see that Ledros going in for the attack. So, you know, Ledros could actually be the winning play over here. And here we see a Packerbags coming in from Weather 5, and all he has to do is ensure that there is no denial spell from Gish's hand, and he has to go for that play. Here comes the Packerbags to clean up round number 1, going in with Weather 5 taking in round 1 against Jinx, against Gish in the top 30, top 16.
Yeah, so I mean that was like one of the considerations, right, of not pulling out the Notify on the subsequent turn, because you have to notify the pack your bags if it ever comes back, and he's spent most of his spells there trying to protect his units. But I think the crucial thing about that match is giving up the Fiora Wincon in exchange for drawing more cards with River Shaper, and that just wasn't the optimal line of play to be going there in that particular matchup. You want to protect your Fiora Wincon as much as possible, and he did have the resources to do so. He had a bunch of barrier spells. He had the option to counter some spells on the side of the Go Hard player, and he didn't play to that out, and it cost him the game.
Yeah, and especially in this particular matchup where you know Gish actually gains so much advantage with a 3 stacks onto that Fiora, and allowing it to go is just, you know, bringing him to way back behind in this particular matchup. And you know, moving on into game number 2 with Weather 5 versus Gish, where we will be seeing a Go Hard mirror in this particular matchup.
There's nothing.
I don't think it's a mirror. I think it's Fearsome versus Go Hard on the side of Gish.
You must.
Okay, so with Weather 5 having the Kalista and Elise Fearsome package, and I think this is gonna be like in on favor on Weather 5, especially with the Go Hard deck having so little units with below the attack of 3, with above 3 and above. So yeah, so with Gish Weather 5 could, you know, gain advantage of this particular matchup, and you know, push it as much damage as possible with the Elise, Kalista, and not forgetting he has that Frenzied Skitter in his hand to lower the attack of his opponent, and possibly finishing off with the Harrowing as well.
Yeah, there's only a few units, right, in the Go Hard deck that can try and block these fearsome creatures on the side of Weather 5, and exactly that, we see a Doom Beast coming down, one of the few creatures that can start blocking fearsome units on the opposite end of the board. But of course, we have a Frenzied Skitter option here if he wants to take out another blocker, or he can go double fearsome on with the Arachnoid Horror going down on the side of Weather 5 here. The another thing about the Go Hard deck is it's sometimes tough to find answers to 2 toughness creatures, which is basically the whole deck of the fearsome here. And other than like barrel play into a nice Withering Whale, there is not a lot of options to gain a board clear onto the side of Weather 5.
Yeah, and here we see a Games Beyond Gish trying to dig for more answers to deal with Weather 5's board, and it seems like he's not able to find anything, and we are gonna see a 10 damage coming in onto Gish's Nexus, and the Black Spear immediately going onto the Kalista, saying this is not gonna happen for today. I'm just gonna take 6. and I'm gonna buy time to find more answers to deal with your board. That being said, he has a Doom Beast in his hand to deal with this fearsome board of Redify, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Knowing that he has the Harrowing in the deck as well. So Weather 5, is in a huge advantage in this particular matchup.
Yeah, and of course, Harrowing is already in play in Weather 5's hand, but a Ruination on the side of Gish can put a stop to that if ever it comes up. We have a couple of options here. Of course, a Doogies getting into the attack zone and attacking successfully on the Nexus. We have a Jagged Butcher on Plunder, and we have another one coming on the way. And he decides against this, and the Elise goes in for a level up with Gish here looking very comfortable with at least 2 blockers, but a Frenzied Skitterer is gonna come down and say, nope, you ain't blocking any of my creatures, even if you try to.
Yeah, not forgetting, right? He also have that Stygian Onlooker to push for additional damage as well, and not forgetting also he has the Doom Beast to drain 2 more damage from Gish's Nexus, and he also have a Fading Memory to he could copy a Frenzied Skitter or even copy a Doom Beast so that he could gain more fearsome units or even more draining power. But at this point of time, Weatherfire is looking really comfortable, and not forgetting all spiders also have Challenger as well. So this attack is probably gonna be the last for Weather 5, and Gish is he's not gonna take this round perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Challenger on the spiders are basically for just decoration now, because there is no way he's challenging any of these units, right? Doomy's here coming down from Gish, but a Fading Memories on one of the Skitterers is gonna put it down onto 2 power as well, and it's not gonna be able to block any of these spiders here. So this is a lot of damage here coming in from Gish. There is another Jagged Butcher, but it's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be 11, 16, 21, 25 damage onto the Nexus, and Weather 5 here takes out Gish in the running of the tournament. He goes to top 8.
So yes, congratulations to Weather 5 in making the top 8 in this particular tournament, this round against Gish. Yo, the amount of damage coming in from the Kalista Elise deck, the fearsome deck is actually so huge, right? Like, lots of players are actually playing around the TF Go Hard playstyle, and Kalista Elise is possibly one of the decks that could hands down win that TF deck immediately.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista, the fearsome deck with just three copies of Pale Cascade has been doing super well on ladder. It counters Soraka, since they don't have creatures that go up to 3 power. Much like the Go Hard deck that we saw a while ago, they don't have a lot of creatures that go up to 3 power. They only have the Plundered Jagged Butcher and of course the Doom Beast as well. But as we saw from that game, it's just not enough, because a Frenzied Skitterer coming down is enough to basically make the whole board of a fearsome deck unblockable. And outside of that, the only play options available for Go Hard decks is to try and sweep the board with a Keg play with a TF, with the red card, or a Withering Whale to try and stop the pressure. But then again, as the game continues, Harrowing can just bring those creatures back. And if you don't have the answer, if you don't have the Ruination or the Pack Your Bags ready for the Harrowing turn, it's gonna spell end of the game for you.
Yeah, and the early game pressure from the fearsome deck is just too strong, right? And the only blockers that we could see just now is the best example that the Jagged Butcher and also the Doom Beast are possibly the only early game blockers for the Go Hard deck. So yeah, the Kalista Elise archetype is just so strong, and not forgetting the Challenger from the small little spiders could hook the bigger units from the Gohard deck, so to refrain him from getting any good trades or taking out any possible threats from the Fearsome deck. So this whole package is just really solid. And but it might have a little struggle with other decks like Ash Shidrani, or anything that's Spheroid that has like really huge units on the board as well.
Yeah. I mean, any deck that has 3 power or more is gonna be favored against Fearsome. And we're gonna check out another game here between Artify and Jin. Jin already has 1 win on the Artify. Soraka on the side of Artify. The Ruination just cleans up the board, and looks like Jin here is putting himself in a position. In get Artify here is gonna put himself in a position to win. I don't exactly know how much the Star Springs is already leveled up, but we have Soraka and Tom Kench on the side of Jin here with a Star Shepherd on the back of it.
Yeah, and with this Soraka 10 catch deck against the TF Gohard, the game plan is to fire off as many Gohard as possible, right? And that being said, it damages the Soraka 10 catches unit. So with the Star Spring on the board, it also means more healing for the Star Spring itself. So it really discourage the TF deck to actually go for the Gohard onto the creatures or onto the units, so that or any blocks would be disadvantage for the Gohard player. But as what we can see right now with the board state that Jin is currently having, he could also go for pinching his opponent down bit by bit, and then slowly finish off the Nexus, or alternatively he could win via the Star Spring as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? If your Gohard deck is not running any crumble, it's gonna be tough to deal with that Star Springs. And yeah, it plays super well into the playstyle of Gohard, trying to chip down your creatures with Gohard, and also sometimes Withering Whale and other ping effects is just detrimental to your game plan, because it's gonna be so much more in favor of the Soraka deck, since they do want their creatures to be damaged. They do want that damage. They do want to heal those damage to get Star Springs out. And with here, we see an attack with Soraka and Tom Kench going in for possible 5 damage. If the Jagged Butcher decides to block, it's just gonna be good for the Soraka player, because they want those. And a Vengeance here now onto the Tom Kench, and there is nothing to protect it from this particular spell. He has Astral Protection, but of course that just heals. It just gives +4 toughness. It's not gonna uh, prevent this Vengeance from killing off the TK.
Yeah, and there we see a Guiding Touch, Jin trying to draw into his deck, looking for more option, and a second Guiding Touch coming in for a Diverge Path. So, no Spell Shield is going to come in to protect this TK over here, and, Artify just going to take 3 damage moving in, but not forgetting, right? Jin actually has a second copy of TK as well. So this TK is gonna discourage Artify from placing any units. Any unit is gonna come down, is gonna get eaten by the TK, and it's gonna queue back up by Soraka or the Spring. But Artify actually has another copy of Vengeance as well. So, and also, Glimpse Beyond to deny any eating shenanigans from the TK. So I think Artify might be in a slightly comfortable position against Jin in this matchup, but it all really comes down to, if Artify could fire off and fire off before the Star Spring actually gets his win condition back.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think Artify here is in a comfortable spot here with the Soraka Tom Kench deck. I mean, it's a very unfavored matchup, because everything you do just lets the Soraka and Tom Kench player get to their win condition that much closer. Even a single pack here, Bags doesn't take care of most of the creatures here on the side of the Star Springs deck. With a lot of their creatures being above 5 toughness, it's super hard to try and chip off these units here with the ruination that we already saw going down. He may have another ruination in the deck, and that might be the silver lining here to continuing this matchup.
Yeah, and the second vengeance going in onto that TK, and the shakedown might not be enough to actually save his TK from this particular vengeance. And if Jin might be in a kind of weird situation right now with his hand full of spell, with his creatures unharmed, and Jin the TK deck is just looking really awkward. Especially Artify is not gonna attack. Artify is not gonna ping his creatures. it really comes down to draws for Jin, and hopefully he draws some spell shield or any form of protection for his creatures, or else it's just gonna be slowly being removed by Artify in subsequent turns.
Yeah, Artify is playing this matchup really well, of course. He's taking it slow, not doing any pink shenanigans that will allow the Jin here to get his healing going. Star Springs is already at 11, it seems, and it's looking like Artify needs to find some way quick to take care of these creatures on the side of Jin, or else this is going to pose a lot of problems here. With vulnerable already on the TF and the Fortune Croaker, he's going to go in and for an attack here with trying to trade off the one of the both of these creatures and getting some more healing going on the side of Jin. And we've just been informed that the scores have been switched up. So it seems that Artify is actually the one with one win. I thought Jin was gonna sweep Artify and take him out of the contention for the $10,000 grand prize, but it seems like it's the other way around.
Yeah, and with this attack coming in from Jin, he could be able to take off the TF and also the Croaker, but not the most important point over here is he needs damage onto his units. And he's going for the Glimpse Beyond onto the TF, rejecting the Soraka from healing any further, and taking 6 damage in the process of this this combat. So it's gonna be really tough for Artify moving forward. But here we see a barrel possibly into the Gohard onto one of the 2/2 little ants over here. But Jin has like so many ways to protect his creatures with the Astral Protection and to buff it up slightly more. And even this particular spell could just add 2 more health onto his unit. And with 2 Star Springs, that also heals 2 more damage from this unit. So Jin is moved 2 more damage closer into his win con, and I think it might be looking really good for Jin at this point of time.
Yeah, and Artify here is getting pretty low that he needs to start blocking. He had the option of not blocking creatures a while ago, but being at 7 HP, it might not be the case moving on forward. You see a go hard here going onto the Curse Keeper. We're going to see a 4-3 coming out of it, and there is a silver lining here for Artify as he draws the Commander Ledros. There is a Broadback Protector to stem the bleeding from the Commander Ledros, but it's a step forward in the right direction if he wants to win this game.
Yep, and not forgetting, with the Astral Protection, he could heal up to 4 more damage from this. And he's going to go for the Boxer Burst, and he might be going in for the heal over here. And the Pack of Bags coming in from Artify. Artify really feeling the pressure. He has to go for the win over here, or else that Star Spring is gonna go out of hand. And with this particular Pack of Bags, it's just gonna remove 2 additional creatures from Jin's side of the board. And he also have Astral Protection and also Soraka's Wish to heal his all his units back to full health, and that could win the game with the Star Spring as well. So the Star Spring is really close to leveling to winning the game. And it seems like Jin is kind of comfortable. All he needs to do is just block this Ledros, and he might be able to pick the W from the Soraka's Wish.
You are
Yeah, the thing here is that he 5 mana is not gonna go on to the Nexus of Jin, barely winning it out with just 1 HP left, and he has Wish to close out this game. I think that's gonna be enough to get him to 22 on the Star Spring and proc the win con at the end of the round.
Yep, and here we see a wish going off. That Star Spring moving in the counter is like ticking to 35 out of 35, and there we have it. Jin taking in game number 2 up by at the score of 1-1, and we will be going on to game number 3. So to Zero, we get to see the power of the Soraka Tenkench deck. Where all they need to do is just stay really passive and just heal up with the Star Spring around, and they could win without bringing the Nexus down to 0. And it's what do you think of this particular matchup, like this archetype, with Soraka TK in this particular meta?
Yeah, Soraka Top Kench has been like one of the the decks that have been a breakout deck during its release, and it has survived pretty well in going to the later stages of the meta. And it's still here, and we are going, of course, into game 3 with Jin piloting the fearsome deck that we also saw from last round on Weather 5, and a go hard deck on the side still of Artify here. So, of course, it looks like another battle of the ranked ones. So, Artify is looking at a really tough side of the bracket here. Going up against Pokey Barry, and then now going up against Jin. It is quite the battle for him to try and to get to finals. We saw the Miss Wraith deck, eke out the win in the last time we saw it on stream. So it's gonna be curious to see if it can take the win here again against the same deck.
Yeah, and we are gonna see a full deja vu, right? And especially like as we could see in Artify hand, he has that go hard to deal with that Elise on the board as well. So he's gonna take like up to 4 damage probably with that Callista, but he really needs to look for options moving forward, as right now Ledros is probably the only card that he could defend himself against the Fearsome from Jin's side. But I mean, we are not going to see a Ledros probably until turn 9, and Artify has to find a way to survive. And hopefully, he gets to drop the Ledros, or it's gonna be too late, or the Ruination might change things around as well.
Yeah, and we already see like a couple of more fearsome creatures here on the side of Jin. Of course, the whole deck is composed of that. He has the option here of dropping a Wraith Caller and producing a Miss Wraith in as well. So Zap Strafing on the side of Artify, drawing him another Go Hard, which is possibly going to be crucial in this matchup. He wants to get Pack Your Bags as soon as possible so he can try to stem the first wave of creatures coming down from Jin. So Zap Strafing here going for an attack, and there is no way to block this since it's elusive, but the subsequent turn is going to be a bit of a decision here for Jin if he wants to develop more, or he just goes for the open attack with both of the fearsome, since Artify doesn't have blockers.
Yeah, and we know, right? Artify might not have much blockers moving forward, and with this particular block from the Wraith Caller, it actually brings Artify's creature count down by 1. So, and the Go Hard over here is gonna take out the Wraith Caller. I think the best play over here for Jin is to develop all 3 of his 3/2 cost units and go for the huge attack, right? Or even he could even go for the Glimpse Beyond on one of his units, leveling up that Callista, bringing that Wraith Caller back, and gaining more value of an additional Miss Wraith from the ephemeral Wraith Caller as well.
Yeah, and One thing about it here is he's going for the Wraith Caller play, so it looks like he's going for a safer route with not pushing the misread damage right away. Of course, we have an omniscient perspective on the game, and we know that double misrate there would have been the best since Artify here doesn't have any option here to clear out the board of Jin. So another thing that could be curious is if he decided to go with a miswraith at the start of the turn, and if uh, Artify here goes for something like a Dreadway deckhand where it puts down a barrel, he can decide against putting down the next misrate and just go for the attack from there, taking out the barrel as well. So he doesn't have to deal with shenanigans like a 2 damage Withering Whale or a 2 damage
Feel
red
me
card.
in.
Yeah, and here we see a TF going in for the blue card. Constant, he's desperate to find himself an answer, and hope like at this point of time, I think there is no way that he could do 2 damage unless he's going for a double go card onto one of the units, and just easily like that, Artify is just gonna take up to 10 damage this turn with 2 Misrave and and the Kalista as well.
Yep. So we see a glimpse beyond here, and then we also see a 2 go hards on the side of Artify, which is gonna be crucial in getting him that back gear bags. So he might as well be firing this off right now in this turn. So we have a salvage also drawn on the side of Artify. We see a pool shark now coming down. There is double. That's 2 Callistas in the hand of Jin. Not exactly what you want to see, but nevertheless, still good cards on for this matchup. We have a decision here from Jin if he wants to develop, and he decides against that. But now I think it's the high time to develop since GP is already down on the side of Artify, and he can start pushing for more creatures on his side.
Yep, and here we see a Gohard going in onto the Kalista, trying to take it off to not allow it to level up this turn. But Jin actually has that Glimpse Beyond in hand. He knows that the Kalista is able to be leveled this turn, and he could be safe from a second Gohard, but or all the subsequent pack of bags. But that Gohard going off is gonna be a pack of bags coming in for Artify, and it seems like Artify might be able to turn this around and win the game over with this particular attack. We could range up to 8 damage for Artify. So here we see a Glimpse Beyond as Jin is trying to draw 2 more extra cards. He got that Harrowing, and and if that Harrowing might be crucial for the next turn, as he could go for the Harrowing, go for the full attack, and possibly closing the game against Artify, where Artify actually is away from Runation mana. And if Jin actually gets the Harrowing off, that could be GG for Artify.
Yeah, he can go for another misrate here and still have the mana for the harrowing, and it's gonna come down to that since Artify doesn't have the mana to use Ruination on his turn, and he already used Pack Your Bags, so he doesn't have that removal option as well for the harrowing turn. And it looks like an attack here from the GP and the Twisted Fate, and I assume he's going to block here with the misrate on the Gangplank, and since it's gonna come back anyway on the harrowing turn.
Trick shot.
Yep, so Jin is likely to go for the block over here, and Artify actually has the salvage as well to draw up to 3 cards. So he really needs to find himself blockers, but I don't think a single 3 attack blocker would be enough to deal with the harrowing, the pressure of the harrowing coming in from Jin. So I think this is more or less set, and we kind of know Jin might be coming on top, but Artify, he might be able to pull up some miracle, and hopefully, he could turn this game around and finding an answer for this harrowing.
Ooh, I think that Doom Beast is going to be crucial to keeping him alive if this harrowing doesn't do it here. He can go for something like a salvage into the Doom Beast. It puts him up at 11 HP, and also provides him an additional blocker as well. So we're gonna look at how this harrowing pans out, because I think a couple of Wraith Callers is gonna come up, and that's not fearsome, and the creatures on the side of Artify is going to be able to block those. It's a question of how many fearsome creatures are going to come up and try to win the game here for Jin.
Yeah, as you said, here comes the harrowing firing off, and we see two Grave Caller coming in, and he has like four fearsome units going in for the attack, and the Doom Beasts have to come down, and the TF leveling up as well. So we get to see, the Twist of Fate is able to block also. So I believe, this particular attack coming in from Jin might not be able to make it to, bring Artify down from 11 down to 0.
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be enough here. He has no options left. He has to go for the attack here. It's gonna clean up the board on the side of Artify if he doesn't find enough blocks. So, but if the TF comes out alive, he also has a parlay in as an option. But I think the GP has blocked some of these fearsome creatures, right, for him to not die to this alpha strike here coming in from Jin.
Yep, so the only option right now is Jin has to go for the attack. The question is, which unit is he gonna use for the attack, because the Callista is gonna spawn him another copy of Grave Caller as well, and that could also allow another copy of Miss Wraith, and that also bring this ephemeral copy Miss Wraith attack up to 6-2 also. So yeah, I mean, if Artify could block out this particular attack, and with that parlay could give him a blue card, looking into the deck for another card, Artify might be able to turn this game around.
Yeah, and he's looking here to try and not block with the TF because he realizes this is crucial to the matchup. A red card and the gold cards is going to be crucial if he doesn't find the way to win next turn. So he's considering if he has to block with a TF. But I mean, he has another TF in hand, and I think if you want to insulate yourself from the damage coming in from Jin, you can block here, or else, because this is already 11 damage going in, so there is not an option here to not block.
Well, I mean, he could choose not to go for the block, take the 7 damage, and then gain advantage with that one. But yeah, as like Jin has no creature on the board, and that being said, that Elise is gonna go down, Kiev is gonna go for a good clean Alpha Strike, and he could just proc a red card off that TF, and he could win the game just like that.
Yep. So here we go with the TF going into the attack zone, and of course, he is checking possibly to see if Jin has an answer to this on the side of the deck list, and as soon as he finds out that there's nothing, he's going to press that OK button, and this TF is going to go in for 3 attack, and he just has to get to that red card, and it's a done deal. But a Doom Beast here coming in clutch from the Stalking Shadows to heal him 3 more HP.
And
2
not
more,
forgetting
sorry.
he
2
has
more HP.
2 Doom Beasts as well, that results to 4 additional damage. So it kind of forces Artify to go for the go hard this turn, or it's gonna be GG for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really close match, right? He goes for a pick a card here, and he has to play his Glimpse Beyond, and now there's the red card now denying him from getting that 2 HP, and it's gonna be GG. There is a Pale Cascade on the side of Jin, but that's not gonna do much. The red card now going down onto the board, taking out the 1 damage left on the side of Jin, and it looks like Artify is moving on to the top 8.
Yo, I mean, the number 1 seed is moving forward, and dude, at this point of time, like, players would think like, oh damn, I'm like, I'm at a really bad position, and Artify coming up on top, trying out, his fast spell and burst spell, and getting the trigger of that TF, trying to get that red card off immediately so that he could close the game and ensure that Jin has no form of healing in terms of like horror or even like Valfeast, right? So he has to be really careful with these two cards, and with that Doom Beast coming in, he's forced to actually go for that red card, and that gamble actually pays off for Artify, and congratulations in making it into the top 8.
Yeah, Artifact here is really showing us how a rank one player plays, right? So he could see, because there is like some people might overblock at the sight of the fearsome staring down on you with not willing to go down that much HP. So realizing that the Jin here doesn't have a lot of cards to close him out, knows
Mhm.
that he can just keep the TF alive and go for that game winning play with the attack and the red card on the back of it.
Yep, and yeah, no, especially where Jin, he has no form of draws, and probably Pure Cascade is only form of draw at that point of time. He knows, at that point of time he has no option. But I want to bring your attention to the attack from the Harrowing, and that block coming in from Artify is totally calculated, right? Like not blocking with the TF, so that he could go for the open attack and then finish off with the red card. That being said, we know what Artify is doing, and Artify knows, what exactly that TF could do, and that TF, what threat that a level up TF could bring onto the board against whatever matchup that's coming forward.
Yeah, so we're gonna see him in top 8, and we're gonna look at who else made it at this stage of the game. So we're gonna take a look at the bracket shortly to find out who else has been advancing through these playoff rounds. So
Yeah.
we see a nice play there, right, from Artify. We see Jin also, of course, playing it out to the down to the wire there. There was a consideration, of course, of maybe, I think the best play there was the real turning point of that matchup was not putting down 2 miss rates and going
Mhm.
for that Wraith Caller play, because I think he might have had enough damage if he went for the double miss rate play on 4 instead of the Wraith Caller. So
Yep.
not pushing damage on that particular turn actually cost him the game that he, I think, was really winnable for him. He didn't play to the option of pushing in more damage, and instead played a lot safer, and that allowed Artify there to gain more turns, go into pack your bags. And that was the thing that was also missing from the previous matchup that we saw between Weather 5 and Gish, is that
Mhm.
uh Gish didn't actually find enough tempo or enough draw power to get him to pack your bags to try and take care of the early aggression coming in from Weather 5. And that is the opposite case here with Artify being able to push in a lot of his draw power. He had actually 2 go hards already in the hand during the mulligan, and that
Yep.
allowed him to draw into more go hards and get him to pack your bags. Took care of the board and started dominating the game from there.
Yeah, the game plan is really straightforward. Yeah, and yep, let's just go right into the brackets right now. As we could see, with right here on the top 16 with Artify winning Jin, moving on into the top 8, and Weather 5 winning Gish. So Artify will be playing Weather 5. Artify will be playing Weather 5 in the quarterfinals against each other, and it's gonna be like so much to watch, right? There are like lots of, we get to see both players, we get to see the power level of both players, and it's gonna be really, really exciting against these two players.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see a lot of like go hard decks. I think going into all the way into the finals. This is a really popular choice. This is a super powerful deck that's been in recently into the meta since the KDA cards came in. The other side of the bracket, of course, we have Adele losing out to Scav, unfortunately, and then the Scav is going against By Glamour, who By Glamour just beat Soggy Slopster as well. So an interesting thing about Soggy Slapster and the decks they are bringing in, they are bringing in triple Ionia lineups, and not the kind that we see usually in tournaments. But they made a call on it, and they think that triple Ionia is in here to win the whole tournament. So we see that losing out to By Glamour, and I think there are two more players that brought the same lineup, and we not sure if they are making it out alive. But the quarterfinals here is gonna be a featured match between Scav and By Glamour, and Scav here, man. A fun fact about him: he played the most in this expansion, like by far. Nothing will beat his ranked match. He he is like around 3,000 matches, I think.
Yes. Yes.
And the next one is, I think, possibly around 1,800 matches only. So 3,400 matches by the Scav, that's scary to go up against.
Yeah, and I'm a victim of scaff, to be honest. Like, when I wake up, I turn up Legends of Runeterra in the morning, and I was like, hey, let's go into a ranked game, right? Hopefully I wouldn't meet someone of a higher power level. And guess what? At 6 a.m. in the morning, I matched into scaff, and then and I was like, oh, it's late at night, let's play Legends of Runeterra. At 2 a.m. I opened my game, and I was like, damn, I met Scaff again. And I was like, yo, does this guy even sleep? And at what you said, he actually clocked 3,000 games in this season so far. And this number actually proves how hard of a player, how hardworking of this player Scaff is in this whole season.
Yeah, I mean, 3,000 games, man, that's a lot. And his opponent here, By Glamour, should be scared of how much work he puts into Legends of Runeterra. But I mean, we're going to see them right after the break. So we're going to go for a short 10-minute break here, and we'll be back with an amazing match between the Scav and By Glamour. Go. See you guys in a bit.
See you guys.
Shining through. Hey.
some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Just like the wind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra Monuments of Power seasonal tournament, where we get to witness 32 of the best players from Southeast Asia battle it out for a 20,000 US dollar prize pool. So we are already in the thick of it. We are in the top 8 already. And we've seen a lot of amazing matches go on for the day, and we're gonna see a lot more going forward. So we are gonna go into the top 8 matches real soon, but of course we are going to highlight some decks for you in this particular segment. So we have the Scav and By Glamour going up against each other in the next round. But we want to show you some of the decks that they have brought into the battlefield. So Scav here is notorious for being the best, I think, arguably the best Lee Sin player on Southeast Asia server. So we exactly have that in this highlight here. So he is bringing into the tournament Lee Sin with 2 copies of Karma. And this is quite a curious change, right? Since we have been used to seeing Lee Sin paired up with something much faster or something that can control the board early, like Diana or the Zed here that can snowball you into a lot of situations. But here we see a different style of Lee Sin deck that Scav is bringing into the tournament, and it's quite tasty. What do you think of this particular list, Moon Boy?
Well, I mean, looking at this list, he's obviously going for the slightly slower pace into the game, where he's trying to bring his opponent into the late game and then hopefully, closing the game off with Lee Sin, with his ultimate kick. And as we see in this particular deck list, he has 2 copies of Karma, which it actually pans out as it goes. It gets higher power. His power level actually spike at turn 10, right, where Karma actually levels up, where spells actually goes double. And not that being said, with a copy of Star Shaping, it could allow him to deal with a slightly aggro matchup, and also getting 2 more additional Celestial Cut with Karma as well. So maybe we could take a look at what his opponent in the top 8 by Glamour is bringing onto the table, where his he actually has a few pretty interesting decks as well. One of them is the Ezreal Draven, and this deck has been a kind of popular recently in this meta, and and with the addition of the Tri-Beam Improbulator. What do you think? The Tri-Beam in this particular deck is kind of interesting.
Hey man, I've been a big fan of Tri-Beam since the day it was spoiled. So this deck particularly plays very well into that. If you look at the deck list, you're gonna see the number 3 come up a lot in the cost. So Draven and Ezreal at 3 cost, Sump Dredger, Arachnoid Sentry, Noxian Gelatin to name the cards, and what they do is they try to take care of your opponent's board. Of course, Ezreal being the finisher of the deck as well with Captain Farron. And another thing, aside from doing what it does by removing your creatures and pushing damage onto your opponent's Nexus, it actually levels up your Tri-Beam Improbulator for the duration of the match. And it gets a little bit out of hand sometimes. Sometimes it goes way up to 6, sometimes it goes way up to 8, and you get some pretty powerful creatures while removing another creature on the side of your opponent. So the game plan for this deck is to look into creating opportunities for your creatures to attack, and then by you do that by removing those creatures off the board, whether it be Mystic Shot, Thermogenic Beam, or whatever it is in your arsenal. It has a lot of those to keep your tempo going and try to chip down your opponent's Nexus as much as possible before you drop down Ezreal and try and start finishing them off. If Ezreal doesn't do the job, if none of your creatures do the job, Captain Farron is there to back. He represents a single card itself is basically 20 damage, 8 damage from Captain Farron himself, and he comes with 3 copies of Decimate, which represents 12 damage. So it's really hard for you to not close a game wherein your opponent is, I would say, around below 10 life. And so with that out of the way, we have the deck list here coming in from both by Glamour, and we are going into the mulligan phase between these two, and we are going to witness the first match of the top 8 bracket. So here we see a
So here we see, Scarf going in with the Ezreal Draven as well. So here we have the Ezreal Draven Mirror, where both players actually brought in the same deck coming into round number 1, and it really falls down to who actually has more stacks onto the Ezreal first, and also who is able to drop down the Ezreal first in this particular matchup. As what we see, Scarf have the Ezreal moving forward. He has so many 3-cost cards in his hand, and also 3 copies of Tri-Beam Improbulator that would allow the Tri-Beams will actually level up much faster, and with the Pharaoh in his hand, if he could scale into the late game and the Pharaoh coming down, that could possibly swing the game into his favor. And here we see a Noxian Fervor going onto the Elise, onto the Ezreal, and removing the first Ezreal of Scarf's board.
Yeah, and I think triple Tri-Beam Improbulator is possibly be going to key here for the Scav of winning this matchup. And he has already one card to level up. He played the Ezreal, now he's going to play the Draven. And I think Tri-Beam Improbulator is all the way up to 3 now. And he is going to give up a little bit of tempo in the beginning of the match since he won't be able to have anything stick on the board. But we have a Tri-Beam Improbulator already going down on one of the Sump Dredgers. And it's gonna get out a Florent Protege, which is a pretty good draw there because it takes care of the Arachnoid Sentry here. He has a couple of options here. He goes for the Sump Dredger now, taking out the axes. Turning that axe into actual card advantage is really important here in this matchup. So once you have cards like the Mushrooms and the axes from the Draven, you can use your Sump Dredger to basically turn that into real card advantage by discarding those cards and getting a real one from your deck.
Yep, and attack coming in from Scarf, and Scarf have to be really mindful of the health of this Lauren Prodigy because he don't want to bring his health down to 1, and it would be a pretty easy static shock moving forward for the next round for Glamour. And it seems like Scarf might be going for display, and it's gonna take up so much value for the static shock if this attack actually goes through. So Scarf denying the attack, passing the turn back to by Glamour, and he's gonna say, "What are you gonna do? I'm just gonna hold, sit back, and wait to see what you're gonna do."
Yep. So he goes for a Thermogenic Beam here on the Sump Dredger. So the Static Shock play that you mentioned is not going to be available on the next turn. But I think he is still going to be pressed to try to take out this Arachnoid Sentry before anything happens to his own Lauren Protege. And he's going for the attack right now, and he puts it down to 1. It can get cleaned up by the Static Shock here, but that's not a problem. He still has a lot of the tempo advantage in having 2 more Tri-Beams in hand, and it's just looking brutal here for the...
Yeah, and here you see a Tri-Beam coming in and a Solari Priestess coming in is probably a low roll by Glamour, and with this it doesn't really add too much tempo difference in for by Glamour, and attacking with just both his 1 attack unit, bringing Scarf down to 1. Scarf would really value the Lauren Prodigy, but not playing any units down or the Tri-Beam Improbulator to allow a future static shock to gain more value. And here comes a paralyzed bite from the Arachnoid Sentry onto the Dredger, not allowing it to attack. But it seems like By Glamour is running really low on resources, and Scarf it have to take advantage of that right now and turn the game around, especially when he has 8 cards in hand and so much burn and creature removal at his disposal right now.
Yeah, the deck really worked out really well for Scav. He had the Sump Dredgers to turn all his Mushrooms and Draven Axes into actual cards from the deck, and he also has the tempo advantage with the Tri-Beam Improbulator. The Tri-Beam here is really crucial to this matchup because it removes one of the creatures on your opponent's side, as well as giving your Ezreal a stack to level up and providing you another creature as well. So it really does a lot of the deck, and in the mirror it is incredibly crucial to have it because it gives you a lot of the tempo advantage moving forward into later turns. So the late draw here with a Tri-Beam Improbulator on the side of By Glamour. So I'm pressed to see, I think, we're going to see another Tri-Beam here going down for the Scav if he wants more tempo coming down for his side of the board.
Yeah, and especially like what we are looking at by Glamour's hand right now is looking really awkward. There is no way that he could level up the Tri-Beam, and there is no way he's going to discard the Captain Farron to draw himself 2 more cards unless he is really, really desperate. And here comes a Tri-Beam coming in, and here we see a 5-3 Spider. I mean, it's not exactly what he is looking for with 3 health in this matchup. And 3 health is kind of in a weird range, right? Where it could be easily removed, especially you're facing an Ezreal mirror. And here we see an attack coming in from Scarf, and it forces by Glamour to block, but moving the Spider health down to 2, it's gonna be prone to a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Arachnoid host would have been amazing if you had House Spider down or a couple of Arachnid sentries. It actually I've actually run into the I have the House Spider on the board with Arachnoid sentries as well, and I go for a 5 damage Thermal Beam, and I get the Arachnoid host, and I magically buff up all my spiders on the board. So sometimes it may be a nice draw here from Thermogenic Beam, but from Tri-Beam Improbulator, but that wasn't the case there. He goes for the Captain Farron play here, and he already has the 3 Decimates in hand, but it gets cleaned up by the opposing Thermogenic Beam, and we already have the House Spider now coming down, and it's gonna be mirrored here on the side of by Glamour, and looks like we are going in for a much longer game than we anticipated.
Yeah, at this point of time, it's just gonna be a, I drop something and I wait for your reaction, and here comes the Arcanite Sentry going on the stun on the House Spider. And right now, by Glamour actually has a chance, to draw more cards and hopefully dig for more options with the Rummage, especially when he has the Spinning Axe and also the Tri-Beam if he wishes to draw. And here we see a Tri-Beam onto Scarf, from Scarf onto the Draven, giving himself a 3/3 creature that costs 6. That's not exactly what he wants. Players over here right now is really low rolling on the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and here comes a Mistwave that's not gonna do much as well. And it's looking kind of like still for these 2 players at this point of time.
Tri-Beam is really not showing up for both of these players here, with by Glamour rolling on the Solari Priestess, and this is probably the worst roll on the 6 cost for a Tri-Beam Improbulator with Augmented Experimenter. Not exactly what you want to see. The Scav here still has the board, of course, and by Glamour only has a couple of Decimates. He does have the Ramage in hand to try and find out some more options. He does get Ezreal here, and he is going to slam it on the board. And currently, Scav doesn't have an answer, but of course he has a Rummage of his own to start digging for one to try and take care of this Ezreal.
Yep, and as we said earlier, right, whoever drops a first level up Ezreal would have a huge advantage moving forward in this particular matchup. Every Decimate is just going to be a 4 plus additional 1 from the Ezreal as well. And not forgetting, Ezreal actually produces extra Mystic Shot as well. So Scarf really has to find an answer to deal with this Ezreal, or else it's gonna be uphill battle for Scarf, right? And Scarf have to probably Ravenous Flock is his only answer, and we're gonna see. And he drew into the Ravenous Flock from the Rummage, and Mystic Shot coming in, and we know that Flock is gonna be going down onto the Ezreal, taking off before it gains any more value for the rest of the game.
Of course, he's gonna get a Mystic Shot out of the Ezreal attack, and I think at least that's a consolation before this Ezreal goes down. So he goes for a Decimate first, and we are going to see if a Ravenous Flock is going to come down here for the side of Scav, and he decides to go for it right away, even though with prior knowledge that his opponent already has a Mystic Shot in hand. So I think it's high time for by Glamour to use his Mystic Shot already. If he is not going to use his Mystic Shot, of course he can use it to Rummage to find some more cards for himself.
Yeah, I believe like right now, Glamour actually really needs to find resources because he's really running low, and the Rummage is as time goes by, the Ramesh actually has not too much value, and Cherry C and X going onto the Solari Priestess is trying to go for as much damage going in, taking more value from the Ezreal, discarding the Ramesh, his only option into digging deeper into his deck. And there goes the Ezreal going down, and the first decimate going in, and Scarf is at 8 with 2 decimates in by Glamour's hand, staring at him, saying, "You gotta do something, or else, I'm gonna just take you out right here with both my decimates."
Yeah, so basically, Scav here has to do something in this with this attack, but unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be enough because the tempo, his Nexus HP here is really low, and it is in range of the 2 decimates already in by Glamour's hand. So I think it's just gonna be a matter of time before by Glamour takes this game right out of Scav's comfort zone here, because Scav actually had the upper hand during the earlier stages of the game, but the later stages of the game, it turns out that by Glamour just managed to find enough damage to close out with this decimates from Captain Farron.
Yeah, and we know that this deck has no access to any points of healing, and this attack coming in is gonna be 11 damage for Scarf, and the first decimate firing off, bringing Scarf down to 4, and Scarf have to react into something, and because of the sequence of the priority is gonna be putting Scarf in a disadvantage over here. And after this particular attack, Glamour is going in for the decimate, bringing Scarf health down to exactly 0, and by Glamour taking in game number 1 in the quarterfinals against Scarf.
Yeah, it looks
So-
like that. I think that is gonna be the hinge on this particular set, right? Whoever wins the Ezreal Draven mirror. We are going into more matches, of course. We are possibly going into a game 3. Of course, we are going to game 2. And the thing here is, it gives whoever has the first win gets 2 rolls on their other deck, right? So it might be the case that there is going to be a case of maybe a 2-1 win, and we're gonna see exactly that in the future matches. So right now we're going into the mulligan of the second round, which Fiora Shen on the side of, I think this would be Scav, I assume, and by Glamour still sticking it with Draven as. So usually in this matchup, Draven has the advantage, but it's not a very lopsided matchup. The Fiora Shen deck has ways to win this matchup, of course, but looks like a mulligan here away from the chump up. I'm not sure if they already mulligan away cards, but this is not the hand yet you are exactly looking for if you are the Ezreal Draven player. So you're looking for more removal here, and he tries to go look for that exactly, but he doesn't get it with just with Draven going into the hand, and an early Ezreal here for the Scav. Sorry, I think we might. I don't know if the names are switched up, or maybe I'm seeing double, bro. But House Spider now coming down here for the side of the Ezreal Draven.
Yeah, and the Scav actually have a very good block over here, taking out the Protector. But I think taking 3 damage over here from the 3-2 over here is not too big of a deal. But Scav right now has no ways of removal. I mean, currently he has a single combat, he has a static shock, and if Scav actually could be able to keep up the amount of damage and board control onto by Glamour, Scav actually might be able to take an upper hand, right? But however, we see by Glamour having a single combat and also the concerted strike. That being said, the Ezreal is not safe to be coming down anytime soon.
Yeah, and like a pass there from Scav, not deciding not to attack with the Draven. The Shen now coming down on the side with an unanswered with the Arachnoid Sentry. He goes for the stun, and that's going to prevent a barrier going on to the Green Glade and putting it up another 2 power. He goes for a Thermogenic Beam right away, but I think a single combat now is going to go on to the Draven from the Green Glade to take care of that creature. He gets an Axe of Constellation, but he loses the unit in the process.
Yeah, the X is probably not gonna do much because looking at Scarf Hand, he has no Dredge Treasure, he has no Rummage. There is no way that that X could be put on to good use, especially when we are dealing with a deck that is really high with um, barriers and whatnot, right? So all these attacks might not play too much of a difference unless he could be able to ping off the barriers from the deck that's from the Fiora Shen deck. And right now, it seems like you know developing might be the better answer, but playing into a Fiora right here might not be the best choice for the scare.
Yeah, I mean he's off to a bad start here. He didn't get a lot of his removal going early. He did have the ability to start picking off some of the tempo of by Glamour by denying some of the attacks using a stun from the Arachnoid Sentry and killing off the Green Blade there in the last turn. So he goes for an attack here with the Arachnoid Sentry and the House Spider. He knows that he can threaten taking out the Fiora with the Axis in hand. So the by Glamour there decided not to go for any blocks, and he smells blood here. By Glamour knows that Scav here doesn't have anything in hand to deal with his creatures, because that's been apparent from the former turns wherein he wasn't able to take care of the Green Glade early enough, or the Fiora not getting off the board as soon as it hit the ground. So he is looking to push damage here with the Cythria being played on turn 6 on curve.
Yeah, but at this point of time, not getting Scav actually have the Mystic Shot, Ravenous Flock, and also the Static Shock as well. So the the Fiora right now might be looking kind of bad. As it might be going down, especially taking off this trade, right? Unless by Glamour is going to bluff a Notify because he's out of 4 mana. The Deny is totally out of question. That being said, the Static Shock might be the best answer to be dealing with the Fiora right here, because Notify can't deny this Static Shock right here, and blocking the Citria with the 1/1 Spider, and immediately going for the Static Shock, drawing himself 1 additional card. And he could, even go for the Ravenous Flock if the Static Shock going onto the Citria, or he could even flock the Shed moving forward.
So I think it was curious there that by Glamour decided to get Chompwa instead of Arachnoid Sentry or any of the lower power creatures, because that would have enabled him to just create a situation wherein Scav, you needed to use one more removal spell to get rid of the Fiora, but just because he dragged the Chompwomp onto the Fiora, Scav only needed to take out the barrier to take care of that creature as well. So the Ravenous Flock going on to the Shen, and that's gonna be, I think, a crucial decision of not taking out the Cythria here, because he has another Cythria in hand, and it's gonna be tough to start blocking. And the creatures coming down from by Glamour's side, he does have the Sump Dredger to try and to block one, but it's not gonna do much once the second Cythria comes down.
Yeah, the Citria definitely got to go, and not he also have the Concerted Strike to be able to deal additional damage into Scav's creature with the River Shaper, and that could enable him drawing into more spells from his deck as well. So he has lots of access to cards like Repost, Notify, and even like Shield Barrier. So this card could
changes but never breaks.
potentially change the game around for by Glamour. So Scarf really has to take out the River Shaper as soon as possible, or else it's gonna be too much of a problem. And with that Concerted Strike in hand, he has a good answer for that for the Captain Farron coming in as well. And also that might deny the extra decimates coming in from Farron. So if Scav could be able to pull off the Captain Farron play and probably push some pressure coming in, but like by Glamour is really, his backs is really against the back right now, and hopefully he could find himself out of this weird situation.
Yeah, and Ravenous Flock here, I think, is a great top deck because now he has the option of still playing the Captain Farron for a blocker onto by Glamour, and he also has a way to take care of the Cythria as well. He can go for a Mystic Shot and Ravenous Flock play onto the other Cythria, but I think it's gonna get taken care of by the deny. It all hinges on the decision of by Glamour here to pre-commit a concerted strike, but he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be smart about it. He goes for the double Cythria attack, and it's gonna be tough here. He will be able to clean up with Mystic Shot and Ravenous Flock still, since one of the Cythrias is at 6 HP. He goes for a axe on the Spider to produce one more blocker, realizing that it is getting a bit too low for him if he does take any of these attacks.
Yep, and with 5 mana up available, a concerted strike over here could take out the Pharaon, saved by Glamour, the Cythria that he's actually being blocked by Captain Pharaon as well. So, and also at the same time, he's gonna draw 2 more extra spells for from the strikes from the River Shaper. It could bring him so much value from this particular attack, even though one of the River Shaper is going down, or in fact 2 River Shaper is going down with this axe going onto the House Spider, and no action is coming in onto the Cythria, and a concerted strike going onto the Captain Pharaon, drawing him 2 more extra spells. The amount of value coming in from this River Shaper is just too huge. Just one single combat phase could bring him 4 additional spells, and potentially protecting his Cythria from any more damage moving forward as well.
Yeah, but this concerted strike opens up the Mystic Shot and Ravenous Flock play onto the Cythria, but the Scam decides to go against it and not taking advantage of by Glamour not having mana. So that means he's still going to have double Cythria on here if on the board, and it's gonna be tough for him to deal with, because it's the way that this works is, since Cythria is at base 6 toughness, he is going to be in a position wherein it won't be able to heal. But I think he is going for a play here that nets him the win with double Decimate and a Mystic Shot on the subsequent turn. But I mean,
Yeah, but
that is a bit risky, right? Since he knows that Fiora Shen runs some counter spells. So if he decides to go for a risky play like that, it's gonna get punished with something like a deny just on one of the decimates. And not to forget here, he actually the By Glamour here actually has a Spirit's Refuge and a single combat at the ready to try to get him some HP.
Yeah, and with the amount of with the deny in his hand, and also if this turn ever gets a pass, By Glamour actually also have the Spirit Refuge to heal his health back up, so he could heal back with 7 health with the Cythria as well, or he could go for the Mystic, the Spirit Refuge into a single combat over here. Could work for By Glamour as well. He could bring his health back up to 18, and that's close to full health, and it seems like Scav is kind of in a really bad position. The game has changed, and Scav is in a disadvantage as of right now.
Yeah, and that was what we were talking about earlier during the start of the pick and ban, right? That it's not actually auto-win for the Ezreal Draven player, because Fiora Shen does have some hands that beat out the Ezreal Draven matchup, and as well as taking into consideration that Scav doesn't really have a super great start with just creatures in his hand, and this is probably one of the situations wherein By Glamour is already sealing the deal with a single combat and a Spirit's Refuge on the way. He gets a Ezreal leveled up, but it's just gonna get taken care of by the single combat and gaining him some much needed HP as well onto the Nexus. He is able to take this out with the Ravenous Flock in hand later on, but it's looking really grim here for Scav. It looks like his tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, it's not going to be looking good for Scaff. Scaff has three cards in his hand and is given information that Glaber knows what three cards in his hand are. And then Noxian Gulatin coming in from Scaff. Top deck is not going to do too much of a difference. And the first Decimate firing off, and by Glamour actually has a exact lethal following up this Decimate attack as well. So it seems like by Glamour is going to go for the attack, going in for more than 10 damage at this point of time, and it's 7. It's 7 damage. The sharp side could push it down to 1, but it's not going to make too much of a difference. The Noxian Gulatin is just going to remove that Citria, and I think Scarf is running low on options, just a matter of time that he actually goes down in this game.
Yeah, and he doesn't fire off the Noxian Guillotine there just to find out if he can get more targets if he does manage to find a damage spell, which he does in the form of Tri-Beam Improbulator. He goes for a Tri-Beam possibly on the Shen here, and he will take the Noxian Guillotine onto the Cithria as well. And this is a really smart sequencing of spells, because putting down the Noxian Guillotine just before the Tri-Beam Improbulator hits actually nets you a tick up on the Tri-Beam Improbulator, and I don't think a lot of people know that. And of course, he's showing us why his 3,400 game experience there by showing us that particular line of play.
Yeah, and with this ephemeral creature coming in, it's not gonna make too much of a difference for Scaff, as his board is currently empty right now, and with a River Shaper and a Steel Wing Lancer, and she's staring at him with by Glamour also having 3 copy of Shot Sight. This could be it for Scaff, and the open attack coming in from By Glamour. Scaff has no answer for this attack, and there we have it. By Glamour winning this whole series with a 2-0 win over Scaff and making his way up into the top 4 of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really clean match from both of them. I think Scav played it in such a way that he did the best possible plays, but it just wasn't enough to stem the pressure coming in from By Glamour over there. And that is just the case sometimes when you are playing Draven S and you don't have enough removal in the beginning of the game. Your opponents tend to steamroll you going into the later turns because you didn't have enough tempo to start dealing with much bigger creatures there, and that's what happened in that matchup. I still think to this day that Ezreal Draven is actually favored in that matchup, and a lot of players I think do so too. But of course, even if you are the favored deck going into a match, it doesn't mean that you automatically win. There is also outs for the unfavored deck, and we just saw it play out like that in that match.
Yeah, as you know, this is a card game. Anything could go wrong, or anything could go right. You could high roll and you could low roll in this whole game of Legends of Runeterra, right? So the chances of you drawing into what you're needed might not be there at the same time, but it's ultimately how you control the game and how you control your draws and get what you need via the means of whatever cards that's in your deck, and that's what By Glamour actually capitalized really a lot on the 2 copies of River Shaper actually coming in with the Concerted Strike. He could draw up to 4 additional spell, which allow him to turn the game around, and that is a huge, a payoff for By Glamour with this kind of particular plays.
Yeah, and there was a chance for him actually to win, right, with the Decimate, but I think By Glamour just had enough padding there with Spirit Refuge and the single combat. And with that out of the way, we are going to another game with featuring Mr. Bear in just a bit. So, I mean, going back to the play there, I think the Scav there actually found a way to win with Decimates, but Spirit's Refuge plus single combat gained 12 HP for By Glamour, and it just wasn't enough for him to close out the game with the Decimates. So now we are going into the game here with Mr. Bear on his it's a bit spicy. A lot of the Singaporean players actually brought this deck. They brought a triple Ionia lineup, and we are looking at one, I think, I would say blast from the past, wouldn't you say so? Because this is Lux Karma, and we haven't seen this one for a long time in the meta, but they have decided to bring it out here onto the seasonal tournament, and it's looking like a good choice so far since he's already in top eight.
Yeah, it seems like they are really playing around the go hard deck like really a lot. Like with Lux Karma in their lineup, they're trying to pick off like easy targets, right? Easy low health targets with Lux's final spark. And then slowly high rolling and then roll over their low health creature with the final spark, dealing more damage into the Nexus with these spells. And I believe that should be their game plan. And also, with deny and notify in their deck as well, they could deal with decks like Feel the Rush. And the choice of Ionia is kind of interesting and yet spicy at the same time. And I believe, hopefully this actually pays off for these players. And he's up against Ping Ping Ho with the TF Go Hard deck. So it sounds like it is the type of game plan that he would like to face. But I mean, at this point of time, it's really Mr. Bear is just playing really passively against Ping Ping Ho right now.
Yeah, Mr. Bear here actually one of the, I think, top echelon players for Southeast Asia as well. We like I said during the start of the broadcast, we have a lot of great players here, and Mr. Bear not an exception to one of those. He has reached rank 1 as well a number of times during the past seasons, and I'm not sure if he reached rank 1 this season. I wouldn't remember, but yeah, I mean, he has the capacity to do so, and he is putting it all on the line with a triple Ionia lineup. And I think it's really smart, provided that you get to like later rounds. I think one of the considerations of bringing a triple Ionia lineup is targeting particularly Feel the Rush in this certain scenario, because it's tough for Feel the Rush decks to eke out a win against Ionia decks just because of the threat of deny, as well as the bounce effects, putting your creatures back and losing you a lot of tempo. But in this particular match right now that we are witnessing, we of course the Karmalux is going up against the Go Hard. I'm not sure about the matchup tables against this deck, but it looks like the general game plan is to keep yourself healthy and try to advance your board tempo bit by bit, using Radiant Guardian as a safety net for your HP, for your Nexus HP, and then using counter spells to let you take care of an early Go Hard or a Ruination from the Go Hard deck.
Yeah, and as we see previously, Ping Ping Ho actually didn't went for the go hard onto that Radiant Guardian over there, as he's really respectful for any additional Radiant Guardian coming in from Mr. Bear as well. But looking at this line of play, Mr. Bear has could go for the Remembrance and then into a second copy of Radiant Guardian, and the Remembrance could even fetch him a Radiant Guardian or even a Screeching Dragon, as what we've seen on the screen right here. Which could take away that Zap Spray Fin that is easily taking in free damage, and Go Hard going onto the Screeching Dragon, a Notify over here, denying the draws into the shuffling 2 more extra copies of Go Hard into Ping Ping Ho's deck, and bringing him far away from his game plan. It seems like Mr. Bear is slightly in control in this matchup against Ping Ping Ho right now.
Yeah, and there's a couple of Radiant Guardians already in hand for Mr. Bear, so it's gonna do exactly that by padding life total. He also has Tasty Faithful here, so I guess that's the general game plan against Go Hard, is to just keep yourself healthy and try not to die to pack your bags. And he goes for an Alpha Strike here, already putting Mr. Bear down to 7 HP, and it's looking rough. But a Tasty Faithful here coming down on his side. There is a chance here to use the box as soon as possible, so he tries to get rid of the Tasty Faithful here. I think we won't be seeing a deny, or maybe a single combat here is in order if he wants to get some value out of this Tasty Faithful. But after this single combat, one thing is for sure, a Radiant Guardian is coming down on the side of Mr. Bear.
Yeah, and Radiant Guardian is exactly not what you want to see, especially when your opponent health is at 7. With the amount of pressure that Ping Ping Ho bot actually provides with a Radiant Guardian, that actually doesn't mean anything to to Ping Ping Ho anymore, right? Because the Radiant Guardian is constantly just gonna heal additional 4 more health every single turn, and with that small creatures that Ping Ping Ho has, that Radiant Guardian is gonna just heal a lot, and without hesitation, a Vengeance coming in onto that Radiant Guardian, taking it out of the picture for this round.
Yeah, and then immediately attack here with the Screeching Dragon, trying to take care of these Elise. Of course, another Elise already in hand. That Crawling Sensation is going to turn into the champion right after this. He still has a couple of options here. He goes for a Ledros turn with, I think, is a great play here since he does have tempo. And the Mr. Bear here only has one creature. It's going to get answered here by a Tasty Fayfo. And I assume he's gonna pass here.
I
Or he
think
can
he
take
should go for
advantage.
the buff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go
buff.
for the buff and then go for the concerted strike onto the Ledros. Like take advantage of this time where you could heal and your opponent could not deny you from any point of healing. With that Faithful especially.
Yeah, I mean that is a consideration, of course, of trying to get healing right away. Especially since we know that the Go Hard decks run Glimpse, right? And Mr. Bear also knows that, but he decides against that and he banks the mana instead. And I think this is the time where he goes for a concerted strike now. And unfortunately, we already see a Glimpse Beyond on the side of Ping Ping Ho, and whoever is gonna get targeted by these concerted strike is going to get denied by the Glimpse Beyond. So denying the healing from the Tasty Fey folk here and drawing him subsequently 2 cards. And Mr. Bear here has an option to deny, but I
Yeah,
don't
he
think
has
he
the
will. I don't think he will. It's just not in his game plan to deny the draw power there. And he might be saving it up for something bigger like Ruination or some like Pack Your Bag, since that's the only counter spell he has in hand right now. 8 mana on the side of Ping Ping Ho, so he's not representing Ruination mana. So Mr. Bear here is a little bit confident in developing board.
Yeah, and here comes a deckhand probably into a Gohard on the Screeching Dragon. Mr. Bear has answers to this by, if he wants to protect his dragon, it seems like he's not protecting the dragon with the sharp side, letting it go, allowing 2 more Gohard to be shuffled into Ping Ping Ho's deck, and passing the turn back to Ping Ping Ho. And Ping Ping Ho actually has an option to develop that Elise right here since he has spare mana to spend, but going for the salvage instead, drawing a GP and a South Sea deckhand.
Yeah, and the Rated Garden here is going to see at least a turn before a Ruination tries to come down. A Karma now coming down here on the side of Mr. Bear, going into his hand. Of course, an immediate attack here going from the Radiant Guardian. And we are probably not... He's probably not gonna block here because he is going for some other types of play. We see a Ruination, but that gets countered by a deny. So that is possibly on Ping Ping Ho's mind right now. He has a lot of options here. I think he can still go for another Ledros and or a Gangplank actually, and he goes for the Gangplank and it's already leveled up. That's great to see here. And Mr. Bear here, I think, might be risking it on a Karma drop.
Yeah,
He
possibly
doesn't
a
have a lot
Karma
of
drop.
options here, right?
Yeah, probably a Karma drop right here would be the best, but he's going for the this Ranger instead. Like I don't know. I think maybe Karma into Remembrance might be good for Mr. Bear, since the Gohard deck usually don't really have ways to deal with anything with like 4 health or above.
Yeah, and I mean, he does have double Ruination here. He goes for a GP play. Of course, it's gonna net him another barrel next turn. I think he is poised here to pass already, unless he wants more barrels on his side.
I don't think Ping Ping Ho should go for the push. I mean, with this GP attacking, it's gonna be 3 attack based on GP's ability itself. So, and a second karma from Mr. Bear in his hand is not gonna do too much of a difference. And unless the deny is just gonna go down onto the Gangplank's ability, um, Mr. Bear is kind of like forced to do that because right now, it seems like the pressure coming in from Ping Ping Ho is just too big, and Mr. Bear being at 10 health is not gonna be enough if this particular attack actually goes through, and we might be seeing a sharp side onto the Radiant Guardian to go for extra healing, taking out the Gangplank, and possibly maybe going, yeah, and possibly doing it and trading the bot with the Gangplank and the Radiant Guardian.
Yeah, so Salvage here possibly looking for a Vengeance or a Glimpse Beyond, and he does get a Vengeance, and he might be forced to use it here.
Well, a Vengeance over here could take out the Radiant Guardian, but Mr. Bear being an Ionia deck, we know that Deny is gonna come in, and Ping Ping Ho could maybe wait a little. We know because he knows that he don't have a Lux or maybe a Karma that is safe to be placed down, and saving the Vengeance for a Karma or a Lux has much higher value compared to taking out that Radiant Guardian to allow him to go for the game this turn. And here we see the first Karma coming in from Mr. Bear, and it's gonna be a leveled up one. So a Vengeance is immediately gonna come down, and possibly a Deny, saving the Karma is what Mr. Bear needs, and could safely go for subsequent Karma Insights as well to find himself more ways to win against Ping Ping Ho in this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like this is the last breath of hope here for Mr. Bear. He can his win here with Lux Karma is gonna hinge on how good the cards are from Inside of Ages, right? It's looking like that's the line of play here. He can go for a double Remembrance on his turn, giving him 2 creatures, of course, from the Remembrance, and he exactly goes for a Karma's Inside of Ages. Right away, he gets a For the Fallen. An interesting lineup of spells here. I think Succession is a big one because he gets to create 2 3/3s on the board. And another thing that was big this turn is top decking that Deny, and that's gonna put him one step closer and trying to regain control of this matchup. Because if the Ping Ping Ho here goes for a Ruination play, it's just the Deny off the top deck is gonna protect him.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, he could go for the Go Hard first, and then see what Mr. Bear could do with 6 mana available, and hopefully he could go for the Ruination in the subsequent turn. But him having 2 Ruination in his hand might be able to put him above Mr. Bear with that copy of Deny, because that Deny is able to only deny 1 copy of the Ruination, but not the second, unless Mr. Bear pulls some miracle and hopefully draw into a second another copy of Deny. But it doesn't really seems positive for Mr. Bear if both the Ruination from Ping Ping Ho actually fires off for him.
Yeah, but he decides against the Ruination play, goes for the Lithos, trying to push in more damage. He knows that Mr. Bear here is low on cards, and he's trying to find a way to get this win into the bag. And we see a Pack Your Bags here coming off the top of the deck, and it's just a matter of trying to let this go through. So he is looking to respect a counter spell or 2, of course. So he might be baiting with a Ruination, but he doesn't do that, and he goes for a Petty Officer play instead. Lux now coming down from Mr. Bear, and it's going down to the wire here. We see a Pack Your Bags being cast right away onto response of the Lux, but a Deny here definitely going to stop this Pack Your Bags from going off this turn.
Yep, and here, here's the thing about the Pack Your Bags is whenever it's denied, it also denies its ability to change it back into the Go Hard. So that being said, with the amount of draw power from the TF Go Hard deck have access to, he could draw as much Pack Your Bags as possible, because like what we said, right? The next card is exactly a Pack Your Bag is what he needed. So
Yeah.
So it's yeah, Ping Ping Ho, really has might be able to clean off the game right here because all we see in Mr. Barehand is that he has no form of counter spell and the Peggerback is really safe to be fired off and to Ping Ping Ho could close off the game for himself.
Yeah, unfortunately for Mr. Bear, Ping Ping Ho here already top deck another pack your bags to try and close out the game. He's only at 4 HP, so there's not much he can do here. He goes for a pack your bags and there is not an answer. There's no life gain in Mr. Bear's hand as of the moment, and there is no counter spell. So it's looking like Ping Ping Ho is going to take game two of this series, and we're going to go all the way to game three with Mr. Bear still repeating his Karma Lux, and we're going to see what Ping Ping Ho's third deck is. So the pack your bags already goes off. So Ping Ping Ho here secures game two in this best of three series against Mr. Bear, and he gets a win for himself, and we're going all the way to game three.
Yeah, so that was a pretty close match, right? It could go either way, and if that insight actually produced some counter spell or any form of counterplay for the Peggerback for Mr. Bear, he could potentially take an upper hand. But we see the power of Gohard or Peggerbacks, right? So you really have to control the Gohard decks at the beginning of the early game before you actually transform into Peggerbacks, or else subsequent Peggerbacks, like denying subsequent Peggerbacks is not going to make too much of a difference, as it's still going to be Peggerbacks and it could still do 5 damage to everything on your opponent's board as well.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about pack your bags, right? Like you said it a while ago, if you deny pack your bag, it's not gonna turn magically back into a go hard. It's still gonna remain that card. So that constant threat of 5 damage onto your Nexus and onto your board is always gonna be there until it turns back into go hard. So it was fortunate that Mr. Bear already had the deny to try and prevent the pack your bags from winning outright on that particular turn. But on subsequent turns, of course, you're still gonna have that threat. And unfortunately for him, he got pack your bags right away the subsequent turn, and it just closed the game much faster for him. So now I think this is what we were talking about during the when we were talking about the triple Ionia lineup for Mr. Bear, and this is exactly the deck that he is targeting, which is Feel the Rush, and he is gonna make it super tough for Feel the Rush to get off his FTR in the later stages of the game, with Deny already in the mulligan of Mr. Bear, and it looked like a Verosan Trapper has something to say about that on the side of Ping Ping Ho, so he gets a early enough tempo advantage onto Mr. Bear's Lux Karma deck.
Where are you?
Yeah, and especially with the Ionia lineup actually targeted towards decks like Feel the Rush, and with he got cards like Concussive Palm to stun all these big overwhelmed creatures coming in from the Feel the Rush deck, and he could even save up 4 mana for a deny. So he really could play around the Feel the Rush card and not allow 2/10/10 overwhelmed champions like Trundle and Tryndamere coming in to pressure the Mr. Bear any further. But if Ping Ping Ho could force Mr. Bear to use his deny on other spells or other form of aggression from Ping Ping Ho, and he could potentially fire off the Feel the Rush, and Ping Ping Ho might have the upper hand, or might be able to turn this around and maybe finish off with a atrocity on that Tryndamere, perhaps, since he already have these 2 cards in his hand as of right now.
Yeah, and I mean it's not likely that he's gonna get off his FTR on the later turns, but there is another way for him to win, right? Like he can just start dropping his big units and hope that the Ionia player doesn't have enough stuns or like the will of Ionia to prevent you from getting an advantage on your opponent. So a Grizzled Ranger here going for an attack, but unfortunately the best blocker here for for a Grizzled Ranger is on the play. Hapless Aristocrat just gonna take care of that Grizzled Ranger there. It nets him a Loyal Badger Bear, a 3/4 Loyal Badger Bear at that, but a 1 mana 5/5 Yeti now coming down on Ping Ping Ho's side, and it's gonna prevent the attack from both of these creatures. going into his nexus. Of course, Mr. Bear can still go for an attack here if he wants to, if he if he thinks it is the absolute way to try and get a advantage going. But I think he is
Virtue
poised to
binds
just sit
me.
back and let the FTR player do its thing and deny the big things that come out of it, and uh, prevent them from attacking into the Nexus with cards like Concussive Bomb. And I think if this deck runs Will of Ionia, that could be in question too.
Yeah, so the concussive bomb actually has a huge amount of influence in this particular matchup, and we see Ping Ping Ho is at 7 mana. There's nothing much he could do with this hand unless Mr. Bear go for an attack. But we have double Tryndamere from Ping Ping Ho. He could play the first Tryndamere and then maybe go for a Battle Fury on one of his creature to push in extra damage, or even like provoke Mr. Bear closer to lethal. But here we have a Tasty Food coming down, and he also have a Radiant Guardian on board as well. So Mr. Bear has ample sources of healing at this point, with those two creatures on board. And it seems like Ping Ping Ho, regardless of any aggression, might not make too much of a difference. And we see a third Tryndamere in his hand, and yeah, Mr. Bear might. Miss Peeping Home is having a really awkward time right now, facing against Mr. Bear.
Yeah, and not to mention, Ping Ping Ho here has a lot of combat tricks at his disposal. He does have Battle Fury. He has a Flash Freeze available for any single combat or concerted strike plays. There's also Troll Chant in the mix, so it's gonna be tough for Mr. Bear here to try and take care of this Tryndamere. I imagine it is going to be a Battle Fury, and that exactly is what's going to happen. And Mr. Bear has, I think, double concerted strike could be an option here, but that's going to be taken care of as well by Flash Freeze. So this is a tough decision here between the best play and the correct play, because that might not be the case. That's not like, those two things are mutually exclusive. He can just take the damage here, but an atrocity will threaten the win. So he does go for an option there wherein he takes the damage, and he is just going to try to deny the atrocity later on, because and now we're going to see a concerted strike now from the Radiant Guardian, and the Great Companion, I think is the name of that card, going on to the Tryndamere, and it is going to take the Tryndamere off. It is going to a much higher stat line now, but it's looking like it's looking really good here for Mr. Bear, if he can try to take care of this Tryndamere before anything too crazy happens.
Yeah, Mr. Bear really needs to take away this Tryndamere right here. You know, we know Ping Ping Ho runs Trochan, so a second concerted strike might not be the best play, but he could go for the concerted strike and then follow it up with a single combat as well. So to answer to the Tryndamere, and Mr. Bear is really comfortable with the amount of control, the ball control that he has against Ping Ping Ho, and Ping Ping Ho is nowhere close towards his Field Rush. Other than his combat tricks up in hand, and the atrocity is definitely not going to fire off anytime soon as well. Ping Ping Ho is looking very, very bad moving forward also.
Yeah, and I think the Troll Chant here is the best play. So you can use Flash Freeze later on for a single combat. Because if you use it on the concerted strike, right? If you use Flash Freeze on the concerted strike, the way it works is you don't strike the unit back. So if in the case of Flash Freeze, both units strike each other, so you get a higher expected value out of Flash Freeze. If you do that, you get to take care of your opponent's creature as well as keeping your old unit alive. So he goes for a deep meditation here. There's not a lot of option here for Mr. Bear with Tryndamere already in play. He does get a Notify and a single combat out of that, and I think for Ping Ping Ho here, he has an option of just sitting back and just waiting for this match to play out. Of course, if he does that, a concussive bomb is going to deny the next attack phase from the Tryndamere going into the Nexus, and that's going to be crucial here for Mr. Bear to stall out the game much more, try to find some more threats or answers that he needs to start turning the games around.
Yeah, he has the concussive palm to deal with this Tryndamere attacking. He has to deny to deal with a
I will end this
atrocity
here.
as well. So it really boils down to how Big Big Hole is gonna deal with this particular situation. Here we see the second Battle Fury going onto that Tryndamere, trying to force a lethal onto Mr. Bear with 25 attack on the Tryndamere, and I believe the concussive palm might be the best option for Mr. Bear right here, right now, to save himself from lethal from this Tryndamere. So here we see a concussive palm firing off, stunning the Tryndamere for this round. And yeah, I mean, if he don't Ping Ping Ho don't really need that Tryndamere to attack and don't really need to win at like exactly at this point of time. And all he needs to do is just try again with the Tryndamere on the subsequent turn, and he could still push Lethal forward to Mr. Bear's health as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he was just really trying to force their Mr. Bear to force them to have a particular set of answers, and he just had the concussive bomb there. Where we see here now a trundle being played onto the board of Ping Ping Ho. Of course, that's going to be another overwhelm unit for Mr. Bear to take care of, and he does have a deep meditation to try and get some more of those cards going. He needs to find another concussive bomb on the next turn, wherein the deep meditation is going to be discounted. He also might need to find Will of Ionia or something like that to prevent these Tryndamere from going off onto the Nexus, because 25 power, man, that's a lot. That closes the game right there and then, right?
Yep, definitely. And Mr. Bear really needs the deeper option. The deep meditation, as what you said, is going to pick him 2 extra cuts, and hopefully he gets another copy of Concussive Palm or even a Will of Ionia could save this. But with this particular single combat, Mr. Pimping Ho not going for the freeze and saving the Trundle, it's kind of questionable, right? Unless he's keeping the mana up for a atrocity, passing the turn back to Mr. Bear. Hopefully, Mr. Bear taps out of 4. But based on Mr. Bear being a disciplined player as of what we have seen so far, I don't think Mr. Bear is ever going to be tapping out of 4, knowing he's not going to play around. He's going to play around the Ruination, and here comes a deep meditation, drawing him 2 more cards. It's not a Will of Ionia or a Concussive Palm, so the next attack might be crucial for Ping Ping Ho if he wants to win this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he doesn't get a concussive bomb right now, right there, right? So he needs to get it out of the top deck, because this Tryndamere attack is looking really scary right now for Mr. Bear. He goes for a blinding assault, trying to put in more blockers on his side of the board, but 25 power Tryndamere, I think will be too much to deal with, especially that he has a vengeance, and the what do you call this? The flash freeze to take care of
Yeah.
the healing component from the Radiant Guardian side. He does have Sharp Sight to put it back up to 2, but I don't think it's gonna be enough in the long run.
Yeah, and not if Mr. Bear would like to, if Ping Ping Ho would like to go for the attack with the Tryndamere, he could also go for the Vengeance, baiting that deny, and then subsequently follow up with a atrocity as well, since he has 13 mana available next turn if this attack actually goes through. And here we see a Valfeast going in onto the Veiler, not allowing any more damage going in onto that Tryndamere, and you see the favor actually swings right over to Ping Ping Ho with that huge Tryndamere that is staring at Mr. Bear right now.
Yeah, and I think that was a really disciplined move there by Mr. Bear, not moving an inch, because he knows that if he taps out of deny mana, the atrocity is coming in, knocking down on his door and trying to close him out. So he goes for a block here with the Radiant Guardian onto the Tryndamere, putting in Sharp Sight as well. But we see a flash freeze here, possibly on the side of Ping Ping Ho. So he goes for the vengeance play instead. I think he is going to try to combo it off with an atrocity onto the Nexus of Mr. Bear, but that's gonna get stopped right here by another deny on the side of on Mr. Bear's side. So the best play here was to just, I think, play the flash freeze, but he decides against that and he goes for a atrocity play, which is subsequently gonna get denied as well.
Yeah, Mr. Bear having two denies to play against Ping Ping Ho's vengeance into atrocity, and nobody would calculate and be expecting two copies of deny coming in, and this could be a turning point for Mr. Bear, surviving with just 2 health. Like if Mr. Bear could top deck a miracle right here, he could be able to take the game away, and also not forgetting he has that single combat to take away this Trinamir. So with no overwhelmed units on Ping Ping Ho's side of the board, Mr. Bear could turn this game around, but here comes a Withering Wheel taking away that Veiler, and this Trinamir still survives for another attack coming in from Mr. Bear.
Yeah, but I still think it was a bit too greedy there with the atrocity play. I think since you can close out with a flash freeze play onto the Radiant Guardian, you just have to deny the healing coming in from the Radiant Guardian, and your 25 attack power is good. But he decided to get a little bit greedy there with Vengeance and going for the atrocity play. Of course, there is a consideration of not respecting the double deny in the hand of Mr. Bear. But since Mr. Bear wasn't playing a lot of cards, I would think that you would respect double deny a lot more, since you know that he's been keeping a lot of cards in his hand since the start of the game.
Yeah, and here we see a Ice Pillar actually coming down, leveling up the Trundle, and the Trundle could be crucial over here to take the win for Ping Ping Ho, as he could potentially push that 2 extra damage onto Mr. Bear's Nexus with the buff coming in from Trundle, as he's gonna get at least 4 additional damage from his ability, and a Screeching Dragon is not going to do too much of a difference. But however, the level up Lux over here could save him from dying. I don't think so. So this is going to be enough from Ping Ping Ho, pushing in 9 damage from the Trundle, finishing off Mr. Bear with this particular attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like the Ionia player couldn't eke out a win against the deck that he was specifically targeting. We were in for the long run there. With looking at the clock, there is just 2 minutes left on the hard stop timer. He goes for a single combat here just to show him what he's got, but flash freeze there now coming onto the Lux, and this is not going to be enough. Of course, the attack here is already at, I think, -2 on the HP of Mr. Bear, and that's it. With Ping Ping Ho advancing all the way to top 4, we're already in the semifinals of the top 32 playoffs, and it's been great seeing a lot of these decks play out, especially with the spicy ones coming from the side of Singapore, with Mr. Bear trying to get in a triple Ionia lineup, targeting exactly Feel the Rush, and he did face Feel the Rush in that match, but couldn't find the win for it. The Feel the Rush deck, instead of playing for the Feel the Rush, went on for a more creature game plan, and that's how you win against Ionia lineups. You don't play for your Feel the Rush, but instead go for your big units like Tryndamere, Trundle. Try to get them to stick on the board and try to pressure your opponent into situations wherein you can close them with an atrocity or an overwhelm attack.
Yeah, and not forgetting, Ping Ping Ho actually play to his best out, especially where he drew all 3 copies of his Trundle, and he knows 2 additional Trundle is gonna be a Battle Fury, so it actually adds more stats onto his first Trinamir that actually happened. So in the usual situation, any players would be thinking 3 Trinamir in my hand, my hand just kind of bricked, the deck is not gonna work out and I might possibly lose. But no, Ping Ping Ho, being a great player of his caliber, he actually played out to his out. His out is gonna be a huge Trinamir with double Battle Fury going into that Trinamir, and potentially stomping Mr. Bear down with that huge Trinamir, and that is exactly what he did, and it the whole game plan actually pans out, and it actually pairs out to his favor at the end of the day.
Yeah, Triple Tryndamere there was very crucial to getting Ping Ping Ho the win there, because if he had another hand, like let's say ramp cards like Catalyst of Aeons into FTR, that was just gonna get straight out denied by the Ionia player in the Karma Lux deck that Mr. Bear brought. So the double Battle Fury was really a boon to have in that particular matchup, because Mr. Bear didn't have a lot of answers to a creature that huge. I mean, he had a couple of turns where he stalled it out using Concussive Bomb, but in the end, it was still there. It just kept pressuring him into spots that he didn't want to take. He did he was really disciplined though in not firing off, going tapping below deny mana just to not get picked off by an atrocity. But it was just too much. Like the Tryndamere was too huge, and Trundle came out the top deck. There was a lot of overwhelm with his HP going very low. It was tough to stem the aggro.
Yeah, and with the amount of like aggression coming in from Ping Ping Ho, and it actually caught in the game. And congratulations to Ping Ping Ho and By Glamour, the two games that we actually featured in this top 8 matchup. And both players are moving forward to the top 4 semifinals, where they might be facing each other. And I'm so excited for subsequent more games to come from these two players.
Yeah. We're going on for the home stretch here, so join us back when we get to the semifinals game, and we'll see you in a bit, guys.
We like to think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Monument of Power Seasonal Tournament Playoff. And my name is Moonboy Gaming, and today we are joined by Zero Infinity as well. So this event is brought to you by ESL, where players actually place off to win the pool of $20,000, and the champion is actually walking away with $10,000, and also naming themselves the champion of the season. So 32 players actually qualify for the event today, and currently we are moving on into our semi-finals, where the top four remaining players actually is going to play off for that $10,000 grand prize. And Zero Infinity, and myself has been casting the event for like the last 3 rounds and 4 rounds, and it's so exciting, and everything has been really fun, and hope the level of play is really high from this player. And what do you expect from the top four game moving forward?
Well, I mean, we've witnessed some really tight games, and I think it's just gonna get better over the time, because the more we get into deeper into the bracket, the tighter the players are going. I expect them to play. So we just witnessed a doozy of a matchup last time with Mr. Bear against Ping Ping Ho, almost going down to the hard stop timer. I think when we finished the match, there was just a couple of minutes left on the timer. So we just had a really short break, and now we are going to feature by Glamour. Oh, no. We're gonna feature Ping Ping Ho against BZ Sleeping. Yep.
Easy sleeping.
And they have BZ Sleeping actually has a deck that we are going to feature that I think it's really spicy right now. So before we go into the deck list later on, we're gonna check the brackets right now. So in the semifinals, on the right side of the bracket, we have Weather 5 against By Glamour, and then on the left side of the bracket, we have Ping Ping Ho versus Busy Sleeping. So whoever wins these matches are going on to the finals, and they are going to play for the lion's share of $20,000. So the champion right here takes home a $10,000 prize. So that's quite a lot, Woodboy. And it's getting really exciting here, coming down to the wire. And we are, of course, going to spectate. Next is Ping Ping Ho and Busy Sleeping. And just in a bit, we'll go into one of their decks. We're going to feature each one of their decks each. And Busy Sleeping here has a nice Demacia list that it wasn't really super popular in the tournament, or you actually don't see it on ladder as often as you would think. It's a Lucian Garen list, and I'm excited to show it later on. But Ping Ping Ho, of course, we are also going to show one of his lists, which is going to be the one of the premier decks going into the start of the expansion, going into the later stages of the expansion, still being good, is actually Soraka Tahm Kench, and it has gone deep into the bracket. And we are going to go over a few strategies going into, if you want to start piloting this deck made by these great players.
Yeah, and it's really interesting choice that Busy Sleeping actually went with the Garen and Lucian list. Where players don't really prepare for this kind of matchup, and that's where such players who actually take big risks like this could take an advantage in this particular matchup, where the opponent is not prepared for you, and then you are just gonna cheese your way in and sneak a win against your opponent. So probably this particular deck that is coming in from Busy Sleeping might be this might be his game plan, going in a more unorthodox method and then winning in. And here we have the deck list coming in from Busy Sleeping with Lucian and Garen. So we see 2 copies of Harrowing over here. He could bring back more creatures, and then gain the additional trigger effects from the Lucian, allowing himself to go for more rally effect as well. So possibly that is the game plan with this particular deck list.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for a strong Demacia start, so you put in well-statted creatures at the start. And if your opponent ever finds out a way to get rid of your board, you can just bring it back with Harrowing. Of course, going back into 9 mana with you can pair it with a Relentless Pursuit onto your turn, and you get a attack. So in Ping Ping Ho's side, we also have a Soraka Tahm Kench deck. So this is one of the decks that have been a bit different in playstyle. So we usually win through beating down the opponent's nexus. But in Soraka Tom Kench's case, they have that option as well, but they have an alternate win condition in Star Spring, and if you heal your units enough with with a total of 22 HP, you get to win the game. So uh, these are the decks that are coming into play going into the deep into this bracket. So it might be a good choice for future tournaments if you're looking to participate. This might be decks that you're looking into. So this deck just plays a lot of healing, try to get its start spring off, and you are going to play board control with a lot of your creatures as well. So without going into too much detail of how this Soraka Tom Kench deck plays out, we are going to the match itself with Ping Ping Ho versus Busy Sleeping. Busy Sleeping is on the side with the Demacia, and Ping Ping Ho is going to be piloting the Soraka Tom Kench deck that we just featured a while ago.
Yeah, and this particular matchup is gonna be really interesting because from Busy Sleeping side of the map, his game plan is to attack as much as possible and pushing in the damage with the really huge stats coming in from the Demacia unit. But however, the Soraka TK is actually, we love to see the opponent attacking, because with them blocking, that being said, them blocking, they will take more damage, and at the same time, they are gonna heal much more from this damage as well. So, it's either Busy Sleeping is gonna go for a super aggressive strategy where he has to outnumber his opponent's units and then just hit his nexus down as fast as possible before the TK downs actually control the tempo. So the TK from Ping Ping Ho's side is gonna be kind of crucial moving forward, as it could eat as much creatures as possible from Busy Sleeping side, and at the same time maintaining tempo at Ping Ping Ho's advantage.
Yes, Tom Kench here is going to play a crucial part in controlling the early aggression from Demacia. He has a nice stat line of 6 toughness and is able to start picking things off the board with his champion skill as well. But the pivotal thing here for the Demacia player is actually Cythria in this matchup. When you face down the Tom Kench players, the Cythria is going to be key into pushing down damage down the line, because there's not a lot of creatures here for the Soraka Tom Kench deck that can block fearsomes, and Cythria turns every creature in your deck, every creature that's attacking, into fearsome units. So it's gonna be tough for the Soraka Tom Kench to defend. So if we ever get to a board state wherein there is like 2 Cythria maybe on the board, it might just spend the end for the Tom Kench player. But a nice start here from Tom Kench player. They already have Star Springs on the board. They have Tom Kench on curve, and it's looking like they're just gonna coast a little bit into the later stages of the game.
Where there's a will,
Yeah, and not forgetting, he has 3 copies of Soraka in his hand, and the Soraka is ready to level up this turn. So with this attack coming in from Busy Sleeping, the only available blocker at his disposal right now is gonna be that 6-3 in his board right now to block any of the fearsome units, and he could not eat that Citra as of right now, because that TK health is 6, and upon strike, the TK would die from that Citra if it ever goes for the meal on that Citra.
Yeah, but not forgetting, of course, the Lauren Protege is outside of Busy Sleeping here. He's gonna take care of the Star Shepherd there, not being able to block Cythria to take her out of the board. So that's gonna be crucial here, since the only blocker that was available for Ping Ping Ho's side was taken out by the Lauren Protege. So now Tom Kench is gonna do some work here, trying to pick some creatures off the board. So starting with Cythria Cloudfield is going to get eaten here by Tom Kench, and I don't think there's much that Sleeping here can do, unless he wants to go for a single combat play to try and get Tom Kench off the board right away.
Yeah, but I don't think that single combat is a right choice because with Ping Ho opening 4 mana available, the Astral Protection might be in his head. So we know that Ping Ho doesn't have it, but him being a good player, he's gonna like bluff his way through and you know allow Busy Sleeping to play safely, and so that the TK wouldn't die to that single combat. And this particular attack over here coming in from Ping Ho is healing tons of damage from both Soraka and the Krusty Croaker, as both of them is gonna heal back into their full health, and that the spring is gonna go up to 13, and with the extra protection, the TK is really safe from any form of combat tricks coming in from Busy Sleeping. And with the TK eating any creatures, those creatures are liberated, right? So keep in mind that the Harrowing would not be bringing back these creatures that TK has already been eaten.
Yeah, that's a good point moving forward. That if Cythria ever gets taken out by TK, he's not gonna have the option to get Cythria out of the Harrowing as well. So I mean, he has an option here to try and close out the game next turn. But looking at it right now, there is 13 ticks already on the side of Ping Ho onto Star Spring, and he goes immediately for a Astral Protection onto trying to get rid of the Swiftwing Lancer, not preventing it from triggering its last breath.
Yep, and a single combat immediately going onto the TK, not allowing that Silverwing Lancer to be eaten. But Ping Ho has the answer, adding 2 more health into the Temkench, bringing himself down to 1, surviving this single combat from Busy Sleeping, and he is going to develop the Krusty Croaker, and the Star Spring could heal 2 more damage from both TK and the Krusty Croaker, bringing the tick up to 17. And he is really close to leveling up to win with the Star Spring right here, and with that Bayo, or even with that Bayo that he just threw from the Temkench, he could even level up TK if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, so Garen now coming down, and looks like Ping Ho doesn't have a lot of blockers here. He can choose to level up one of his units or use the Bayou Brunch to tick up one of his units, which I think is going to save him the match if he does so. Right now, the only creature that is going to block is the anything that blocks Cythria, right? And the other creatures will not be able to be blocked as they are fearsome. But a Bayou Brunch now coming down on the Tom Kench onto one of the Crafted Starters. Of course, is going to bulk up the Tom Kench a lot, and is going to be a fearsome blocker during this particular round. So he has the option of taking care of the Cythria right here and then, with a 2-power creature just blocking into it, and the Tom Kench is going to possibly block, I think, the Garen, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. There is 1 HP left on the side of Ping Ho, but I think it's just enough to win this game, because he already has Relentless Pursuit in hand, and the fearsome buff is already onto his creatures coming from the Cythria attack, and it looks like just on the verge of defeat from the Star Spring. He's going to find the win here with a Relentless Pursuit turn and 3 creatures with fearsome.
Yeah, if these 3 creatures with fearsome is just gonna go for the attack, going in for the clean sweep. The only available blocker from Ping Ho's side is gonna be that TK is not gonna be enough, even though with 30 ticks on the Star Spring, as the Star Spring has to win at the end of the turn. And here we have a scoop coming in from Ping Ho with Busy Sleeping, taking game number 1 with the unorthodox Garen Lucian. So Zero Infinity, that game is just too intense. And here we see, the weird, the spicy deck actually taking the win over here, as Ping Ho has no way and don't know how to play, possibly do not know the best way to play around that particular deck, because no one actually really practices against a Demacia Lucian Garen deck. And him taking advantage of the Citra, with the Citra not being removed by Ping Ping Ho, he actually took advantage of it and pushed the game forward with the amount of fearsome units on his board as well.
Yeah, Cithria is absolutely crucial to Demacia winning out this Soraka Tahm Kench matchup. Without it, it's gonna be hard pressed for you to push in any damage at all because the toughness from the units on the side of the Tahm Kench player is just too much to deal with sometimes. They can positively trade with your creatures and just keep their units on the board, start healing them with Star Springs and all of that. But I mean, the Cythria there absolutely crucial. The Relentless Pursuit, of course, coming in clutch to find the win there for Busy Sleeping. And then we're going into the second match here with Ping Ping Ho still sticking with his Tahm
I'll
Kench
write my own
deck, and
story.
Busy Sleeping going on to his Misfortune Quinn Scouts.
Yeah, so this matchup actually kind of favor against the TK player, where he has tons of healing, and at the same time he's forced to block. He could block against the Demacia player, but if Busy Sleeping could ever keep up his tempo, maintain the amount of aggression coming in from the Scouts unit, as he could attack multiple times in a single turn, Busy Sleeping might be able to pick a win over Ping Ping Ho in this matchup.
Yeah, but it's not looking like the hand we saw a while ago from the Lucian Garen deck, wherein he immediately had a Cythria in hand. Without Cythria, these Demacia against the TK lines are really tough. So I mean, there is a chance, of course, with maybe a leveled up Misfortune. But the thing about having Misfortune on the board is actually plays into the game plan of the Tahm Kench player, right? Because you are pinging their creatures for one, and that just gives much more effectiveness to the Star Spring already on the board. So Ping Ping Ho here, always starting off with the Star Spring, is actually a really good start. He already has brought back Protector onto the board, and
Nothing gets
he
between
will
me and
start
my
trying to stem the aggro from the Scouts player. Quinn already in play on the side of Busy Sleeping, and we are going to see an attack with the Scouts, and there are three of them, and that's going to be huge here on this turn.
Yeah, this is gonna be a huge swing for Busy Sleeping, but however, with a Brockback Protector in the field and also a Soraka coming in this turn. So if Busy Sleeping has no way to remove the Soraka as of right here, Busy Sleeping might be in a huge disadvantage, especially with if a second Brockback Protector actually comes down. Soraka is just gonna juggle between either Brockback Protector. He will constantly heal 6 health every single turn into the Nexus, and that's where he could outlive the Scouts deck, and where he could force the Busy Sleeping to run out of gas, and possibly from there Ping Ping Ho could get an advantage against Busy Sleeping in the later game as well.
Yeah, so now we see the Soraka coming into the blocks there. So we are looking for a Quinn level up in this game, in this particular game. So the Krusty Codger there going for the block on the Loyal Badger Bear, and he's just trying to get more damage onto his side of the board, so the Star Springs can start healing up and praying for that win condition. With 4 creatures, I think, already damaged, Soraka instantly levels up from the Star Spring prop, and he draws a card. We have the Star Shepherd going up in power because of all the procs from the healing, and now we have more draw power in the hand of Ping Ping Ho with a couple of Krusty Codgers. I think it's called a Fortune Croaker, and a nice combat trick in Astral Protection, as well as some more padding with Guiding Touch. So we have Bannerman available to play on the side of Busy Sleeping, and I don't think he has much choices here other than playing Bannerman right away.
Yep, and the Fortune Croaker over here, not just only draws Ping Ping Ho a card, but at the same time damages one of his creatures as well. And he actually top deck a Soraka Witch, which could heal his whole board back up to full health. And at the same time, the Star Spring is gonna add so much more stacks moving forward. But I think with this attack, they could go for the attack over here, healing both Soraka and the next unit, drawing himself a card, forcing Busy Sleeping to go for the block and then go for the Soraka Witch, which could potentially win him the game this round if Busy Sleeping actually goes to to go too aggressive with this block.
Yeah, and the way that Busy Sleeping can start turning this game around is he needs to try and start getting the board of Ping Ping Ho to a much more manageable size, and I think he has the opportunity to do it here with a riposte in hand and as well as a sharp side. He has mana just enough for one, so he needs to pick and choose the correct timing of it, because if he times it poorly, an astral protection is just going to deny the removal of the creature during the blocks.
And they are bored.
Yep, so Busy Sleeping with only 5 mana at his disposal. So it's either he goes for the sharp side here into a single combat, or a repose to actually take off that Soraka. But as Soraka is, if the extra protection actually goes onto the Soraka and the Soraka is not killed, that wish is just gonna take so much value moving forward. Also, and here comes an extra protection trying to go onto the block onto the Bannerman, not allowing the Bannerman to take the trade over here, taking 4 damage onto Busy Sleeping Nexus and taking 3 damage on the 10-7 right now.
Yeah, and that was the thing, right? He could have gone for a double block and then put in some discipline, just try not to do anything after that, and he could maybe take out a creature or two with a riposte. And now we are in a situation wherein Wish can be a great boon, but I don't think it's gonna be played here just yet, because the board here is just 1 HP off their maximum HP, right? Except for Star Shepherd, so you're not getting a lot of value from there. But he goes for a Star Shepherd play here with taking out one of his units that is damaged, so maybe respecting something like a Cythria coming down from Busy Sleeping.
Yeah, and here we see a Bastion that's gonna come down that says that the single combat is not gonna be too much of a use against Peeping Ho, and then Genevieve coming in buffing everything for +1/+1, and I believe the Queen might be leveling up this turn as well.
Yeah, it looks to be leveling up this turn with the next attack, right? And now Ping Ping Ho here. Oh wait, we're still looking at a challenger decisions here. I think it's trying to clean up the Star Shepherds off the board. The Quinn here is gonna be blocked by the Broadback Protector. Of course, an expected heal coming down from Ping Ping Ho using the Guiding Touch to save his Star Shepherd from getting picked off the board. Now he has an option of using the Riposte to pick off this huge Star Shepherd here and let his Genevieve survive for just another round, and he can start picking off more creatures, because that's really the way you win here against Soraka Tom Kench, is you have to keep their board very light. You don't want their board getting too out of hand, or else their Star Spring gets too much value.
Yeah, and with this repose, Busy Sleeping actually has a lot of consideration if he ever commits to this repose, because if Ping Ping Ho ever has a Hush over here, then Genevieve might be in huge danger, but it doesn't seem to be the case, and Busy Sleeping has a clean attack moving forward. So if he could maintain the amount of pressure moving forward, and he could take away that Soraka, Busy Sleeping might be able to turn this game around. But however, with his gas running really low with only 4 cards in hand, he might not be able to keep up to the amount of sustainability that Ping Ping Ho actually has.
Yeah, and I think this is the turn wherein he tries to get rid of the board of Ping Ping Ho here. He has another one coming in with the Quinn level up. Valor is going to come out on the side of the board, and he's just going to challenge the most powerful creature. So in this case, I think it's going to be Soraka. But you could take out the Broadback Protector here, prevent him from getting more healing on subsequent turns. And it looks like that's what he has decided upon by dragging to the Genevieve, the Broadback Protector. The Ping Ping Ho here has a couple of options. Of course, he is going to let have Soraka still alive since Busy Sleeping here doesn't have any mana to do any fancy combat tricks. But it's looking like he is considering if he wants to block any of these damage because this is a lot of damage coming down onto his Nexus. I think this is like 8, 13, 19 damage. So it's looking like he's gonna just take it all. He goes down to one, and he's going to try to find the win here with the Star Springs already being ticked up by so much.
Yeah, not forgetting he has that wish as well, so he could go for the wish wing con and for that building more stacks onto the Star Spring. And I believe Piping Ho is down to his final few turns where he has to finish the game off with the Star Spring. He has the wish, he has to guiding touch as well. So I believe Piping Ho would be able to turn this game around in the next turn, where he could take the win away from Busy Sleeping by just activating the wish immediately. Right now.
Yeah, there's 17 stacks already on the Star Spring. So anything that any heals, in fact, if you pass, do you win? Actually, you don't. You need one more HP healing. So just a guiding touch here actually wins the game. A guiding touch onto the broadback protector, and you can just pass, and you have enough to win the game. So this might be in consideration of Ping Ping Ho. He also has Bastion for any crazy plays that. Busy Sleeping might be looking into, like a single combat or two, or maybe a concerted strike. He can just protect it with using Bastion. So he's gonna try to go for a single combat play here, but I think it's just not gonna be enough. There's gonna be a Bastion in play, and it's gonna deny this single combat from happening. But of course, Ping Ping Ho here is actually thinking of his opponent still has 6 mana, right? Busy Sleeping still has 6 mana, so he might go be respecting another single combat or possibly a concerted strike on the side of Busy Sleeping. So he decides to go for a much safer play and just playing Guiding Touch because that wins anyway. So yep. The second game goes to Ping Ping Ho, winning it out over Scouts and Soraka Tamkench taking the second game. And we're going all the way to game 3 to find out who goes to the finals between these two guys.
Yeah, and as we see, with the power of the TK Soraka, that they don't really have to win with the, with your Nexus being at 0. So that was a very good example where, the wish, the Soraka's wish actually gains so much advantage for Ping Ping Ho, even though he has to be really daring to be blocking these Demacia creatures, and he actually got paid off by the wish because with the amount of damage coming in from Busy Sleeping, the creatures actually gets to heal so much more with wish as well.
All right, so we're going into the third and final game between these two great players. Busy Sleeping here, of course, sticking with Scouts, it's the only deck left, and Ping Ping Ho coming in with Freljord, FTR, SI. So we are going to look into looking into a fast start from Busy Sleeping. That's the way he wins this round, and he has a nice curve here with Cythria already on the battlefield and following it up with a Bright Steel Protector. Hopefully he gets a tree drop into a Bannerman, and that's going to be a great situation for him because the thing about Scouts deck against ramp decks is they can punish a lot your ramp turns with a nice Relentless Pursuit turn. So that's going to be in effect here since this is the matchup we are going to play out. There is not a lot of early game here for Ping Ping Ho. The Avarosa Sentry just coming on a bit late just before the turn 3. So now we have Avarosa and Chopper, and that is going to be doing a lot of work trying to stem the aggro from Busy Sleeping. He doesn't get the Yeti right away, but it's a step in the right direction to try to stem the aggro so he doesn't get too low and gets punished by a really amazing Relentless Pursuit turn.
Yep, and Busy Sleeping has to really apply as much as possible against Ping Ping Ho. But looking at his hand right now, no Misfortune, no Queen at his hand. So it seems like Busy Sleeping might be going for the slightly slower mid-range approach, and that is not exactly what he wants to be facing against the Feel the Rush, right? As with this whiteboard that he has right now, and this 5/5 Yeti staring at Busy Sleeping, it makes this attack slightly awkward, right? But he still has to do it irregardless because he is the aggressor in this particular matchup, and pushing as much damage in as possible. He is the game plan for Busy Sleeping.
Yeah, and I mean, there's gonna be a slightly good play with either sharp sight or repose. Of course, there is a an available counterplay to this with Vile Feast already in hand for Ping Ping Ho, just going to try and drop that barrier down before anything too crazy happens. There is also a troll chant to save his creatures, so it's gonna be a brutal turn here, I think, for Busy Sleeping if both of these fire off at the same time. He can go Vile Feast on the Bannerman, that takes care of the banner, and then he can go Troll Chant on the Yeti, and then another and Troll Chant on maybe the Cythria, and that allows two of his creatures to live. But another answer for Busy Sleeping here is he still has Sharp Sight in hand, so he can pick and choose which one he wants to get rid of. And I assume it's going to be the Yeti. But he goes for a non-greedy play here and decides to go for a Troll Chant on the Bannerman as well as the Yeti, with the Vile Feast coming down on the Bannerman, and this is going to take care of the Bannerman in question.
Yeah, so as we could see right here, facing against a Demacia deck, right, having the creature advantage or the unit advantage against any Demacia form of deck is what you want, because what Demacia do and what they does well is that they have a really huge and wide board, and that is not what you want to see. And with this Citra coming in, it's not gonna make too much of a difference, but and it's just immediately gonna get vengeance. And Ping Ping Ho actually has a full control of the board as of right now, with the Withering Rail and also the 3 units he has on the board. So all he needs to do is just be patient, wait till he has 12 mana, fire off that Feel the Rush, and he could finish Busy Sleeping off, as he's really running low on gas. And not forgetting, he actually drew a Harsh Winds as well, which is Harsh Winds is kind of like Demacia's biggest weakness at this point of game so far.
Yeah, Ping Ping Ho here is is in a very comfortable position. Genevieve now coming on the side of Busy Sleeping. He is going to take care of one of these spiders on the side of Ping Ping Ho. There is, of course, an option for him to use a Harsh Winds late in this match later on, but he's looking to get. He is actually a bit healthy for this stage of the game, and it might just be the case that he can go all the way to a Feel the Rush turn. And if he gets there, it's gonna be tough for the Demacia player to close him out with two 10-10 Trundle and Tryndamere staring him down. But on the other side of the bracket, we've just been informed that By Glamour has already entered the finals. So whoever wins this this game particularly is going on to face By Glamour in the grand finals for the $10,000 grand prize.
And an atrocity of that Evorosa Sentry is just gonna fit so well together with that Feel the Rush if he ever chooses to fire it off the next turn. So currently, Ping Ping Ho has ways of board control and also healing with the 2 copies of Withering Will also. So it seems like Ping Ping Ho is still maintaining that board pressure as Busy Sleeping hand. We know that he's not looking very good, but that Misfortune might be able to turn things around slightly a little. But I don't think it's gonna make too much of a difference for Busy Sleeping moving forward. So here comes a Ranger's Resolve, denying the extra damage from that Withering Will, but Ping Ping Ho is still gonna heal back up for 3, and Busy Sleeping has no way to draw for more options or any form of gas for himself, and it seems like it's really going downhill as more units starting to drop from Busy Sleeping's board.
Yeah, Busy Sleeping here, running out of options. He gets another range of results out the top. He has a Sharp Sight, but I think there is a way to close the game here. No. Actually, Ping Ping Ho already has the Feel the Rush mana, and this is gonna be crucial here. If he goes for the Scout attack, Ping Ping Ho is just gonna fire off Feel the Rush, and Trundle and Tryndamere is coming out to play. They're both 10-10, and it's gonna be a tough attack here for Busy Sleeping. I think he has doesn't have a lot of options. He goes for the scout attack, nevertheless, and it's gonna give Ping Ping Ho some space to fire off Feel the Rush.
Yeah, Fielder Rusher is perfect for Pippin Ho right now, and he has two 10-10 champions on the board right now. And with this busy sleeping wouldn't be encouraged to attack into this board that Pippin Ho actually has. And if and at this stage into the game, there is no way busy sleeping could turn this game around. Pippin Ho could just go for the open attack. Overwhelm damage is gonna go in from the Tryndamere, and he could even finish the game off with an atrocity as well, which Busy Sleeping has no way of, and with the Scout's decks have no ways of any form of creature removal or any combat tricks that could do 10 damage into Pimping Ho's champions right now.
Why don't you?
Yeah, not to mention that there's already double atrocity on the side of Ping Ping Ho as well. We already have the Ice Pillar, so that's gonna flip the Trundle on the next turn and give it some much needed overwhelm to punch through some damage. And atrocity is just gonna seal the deal here for Busy Sleeping, because there is not much that he can do against that much damage coming onto his Nexus. So he goes for a Genevieve attack here, tries to keep it healthy with a Ranger's Resolve plus the Sharp Side, putting it all on the Genevieve so it survives the attack from the Yeti. He wants to have as much of his board as much as possible, because he's gonna try to fend off this attack from Ping Ping Ho. So the Ice Pillar now coming down, it's gonna flip the Trundle, it's gonna go all the way up to 11 with a overwhelm stack on top of it. And not to mention, of course, there is already option of atrocity on the on Ping Ping Ho's side, so it's looking like GG here. It looks like Ping Ping Ho is gonna go out and battle it out with By Glamour in the grand finals for the $10,000 grand prize.
Yes, and here we have Ping Ping Ho going for the attack, finishing Busy Sleeping off it to 1 health, and the atrocity is just gonna seal the deal over here for Ping Ping Ho into Busy Sleeping Nexus, and Busy Sleeping has no ways to deal with it. That Tryndamere is going in onto the Nexus, bringing Ping Ping Ho all the way into the finals, facing By Glamour later on in the grand finals. Once again, congratulations to Ping Ping Ho on the huge victory over By Glamour, and he is moving on to the grand finals. And we get to see, right, the amount of control that the FTR deck actually has against any form of aggro, right? And the Scout has no way to deal with the huge 10-10 creatures or 10-10 champions coming in from Ping Ping Ho. So that actually kind of resulted in the fall of Busy Sleeping. But at the same time, in the early game, he has no way and no access into his early game aggression, which kind of resulted into that loss for Busy Sleeping.
Yeah, Busy Sleeping actually had a pretty good start, right? He went 1 drop into 2 drop. I think he missed the 3 drop, but that's fine. But on the side of Ping Ping Ho as well, he had enough to stem the aggro from the Scout player. He had the Kindly Tavern Keeper, he had the Avarosan Trapper early, and the thing that gave Ping Ping Ho the most space is actually that 5/5 Yeti coming in at a 1 cost. And the punishing play actually was from the Repose, trying to take out the Yeti. Of course, he had to do that, but it was ready. The Vile Feast was ready to take out the barrier, and a Troll Chant on top of it was the sealing, the deal sealed for Ping Ping Ho right there, with the Yeti still alive, and one of the Bright Steel Protector with the Repose is gone off the board. It was just a lot of tempo advantage there to get Ping Ping Ho into the later stages of the game, fire off his Feel the Rush, and start beating down on Busy Sleeping.
Yeah, and that is the power of the Feel the Rush. And yeah, that is what Zero Infinity actually mentioned previously in the previous round. Feel the Rush is the new card that actually got released alongside the KDA Battle Pass, and and this is probably one of the better cards to be played from the whole like KDA set, and it kind of like displayed over here in that semi-final game. Ping Ping Ho executed it perfectly against BZ Sleeping, and the power of two 10-10 champions is just too insane, especially with both Trundle and Tryndamere have the overwhelm tag, and if the Trundle ever dies in the process, it actually levels up and adds more stacks onto the 10-10 Tryndamere that he already was. So that is the power of the Feudal Rush, and yeah, we were lucky to witness it at the semifinals game with Ping Ping Ho against BZ Sleeping.
Yeah, and we're going on to the grand finals in a moment's time, of course. And it's going to be by Glamour bringing in Draven Ezreal. He has Shen Fiora, and of course, Twisted Fate, Elise, Gangplank, Go Hard. With Ping Ho also bringing in Twisted Fate, Elise, Gangplank, Go Hard. And of course, we just saw him win with two decks that we've already witnessed, which is Shadow Isles, Freljord, Trundle, Tryndamere, Feel the Rush, and as well as the Tamken, Soraka, Star Springs deck. So between these two, who do you think is a favorite here to win between those two lineups there,
Well-
Wood Boy?
Well, in my opinion, I think it really comes down to how both players pick the pick and ban space. So it's gonna be like down to if the Feudal Rush is ever gonna get banned, I feel like the Feudal Rush might be a wild card, right, coming in for Ping Ping Ho. And here we see the brackets coming in for the whole tournament so far, and we see Ping Ping Ho and By Glamour standing in at the top, facing each other at the grand finals. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be exciting. And as what Zero mentioned, we have the deck lineup. With By Glamour with Draven Ezreal, Shen Fiora, and TF Elise Gangplank Go Hard, with Ping Ping Ho having Twisted Fate, Elise Gangplank Go Hard, Trundle Tryndamere, and Tenkan Soraka.
Yeah,
So
and it's
this
been a
is the
great journey
bracket.
for all of these players, right? All the way from top 32, we're down to the final two competitors battling it out for the grand prize of $10,000, and that's going to be Ping Ping Ho and By Glamour. And it looks like not a very conventional day for a tournament, right? We see a lot of Twisted Fate, Elise Gangplank being thrown around left and right, and both of these players actually bring it into the top of the brackets. So it looks like they are. Everyone is in agreement that Go Hard is one of the top decks going into a lot of the tournaments and into ladder as well. But they have a disagreement on what can go with it. We have Draven Ezreal as well. So By Glamour favoring Draven Ezreal and Shen Fiora. Ping Ping Ho favoring the FTR and the Soraka. So it's going to be an interesting match for sure in the grand finals, with two players bringing completely different lineups, and we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, so we were gonna take a short break over here, and we will be coming back with the grand finals after the break, with Ping Ping Ho versus By Glamour in the grand final. So once again, we were gonna take a short break, and we'll see you really soon after this.
Give it to me like, 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 give it to me like. Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all surrounding
some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
What comes Gotta let you say, 'cause I back it up. So appreciate I could pack it up. Heading on the way, don't you know I'm up? So up, so up. If you wanna wake up, there's places I could take you. Lost in the dream of what comes after the afterlife. Boom, bap, body like a bass drop. Gon' give it to you, baby, don't stop. A body like a drum. Body, on so I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Play it so I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 turn it up I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. So I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 turn it up I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Give it to me like 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 Getting lost in memories, the surface deeper. Want it all surrounding.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament. We are at the apex of a season long commitment for all of these players. 32 players came in, and now only two remain, and that is Bai Glamour from Hong Kong versus Ping Ping Ho from Taiwan. And we are going to be witnessing their match live in just a bit. But before that, I'm Zero Infinity, and I got my good friend here today, Moonboy Gaming.
What's up, Zero? And yes, guys, so we have seen four different matches coming in, four different rounds for the whole day from this broadcast. And we have seen both Blind Gamer and Ping Ping Ho in action in the previous rounds, and we get to see the level of not just these two players, but every single player that actually is part of this playoffs. So all 32 players has gone through a gruesome pool stage where they played a 5 round of sweeps and they actually qualified for this event. And and at the end, currently right now we have Ping Ping Ho going up against By Glamour. Everyone played so well at the optimal level of this game, and it all really boils down to these two players over here. And let's just go through their deck that both By Glamour and Ping Ping Ho actually brought in today.
Yeah, so by Glamour here, taking in consideration of Draven Ezreal, Fiora Shen, and of course, the most popular deck, I think, in the top 32 lineup, which is Go Hard, featuring Elise, TF, and Gangplank. And on the side of Ping Ping Ho as well is going to be that same deck, Go Hard, but he opts to have different companions going in with this deck. So it's going to be Trundle Tryndamere with the Field the Rush deck. And of course, we saw this in the last match as well, is Tom Kench Soraka. So it's going to be interesting here what is going to happen between these two lineups. But I think there is going to be a ban of on the Fiora Shen trying to protect the Trundle Tryndamere. And in anticipation of that, I think By Glamour is going to take out the Trundle Tryndamere out of the lineup of Ping Ping Ho here. What do you think, Moonboy?
Well, I think exactly the same as you. I believe like those two decks that you mentioned is gonna get banned by the both players, because the Fiora Shen actually has lots of ways to pick on small little units from the TF Gohard, and also pick some good trades over with the Soraka Temkench. So banning that deck from by Glamour side would be the most optimal plan. And maybe we could just dive into these deck lists that Ping Ping Ho actually prepared, and what he's playing all the way to the grand finals. First off, we have the Trundle Tryndamere deck, which is basically a Field the Rush deck where he actually focuses on lots of ram in the early game and then try to finish off his opponent with two 10-10 champions, which is Trundle and Tryndamere, and then subsequently overwhelming his opponent with the Field Rush.
Yeah, but this archetype has evolved over time. Usually, it used to have a lot more ramp, and there are still versions running that. But I think here, Ping Ping Ho is trying to put some padding against the aggro deck, so he has decided to just include Catalyst of the Aeons as the only ramp card in the deck, and is looking to focus more on board control, putting in 3 copies of Kindly Tavern Keeper and 2 copies of Avarosan Trapper as well. And we also have Hapless Aristocrat to give an early start to giving the board control. Of course, we have the Field the Rush, of course, which is the signature card for this deck. And on my Glamour side, we are going to check out Shen Fiora. This is a deck that I think we have featured a couple of times here on the stream, and it is a truly a mid-range deck. So it has evolved from running Genevieve into running Cythria. The reason why we want Cythria in here is because we want to gain control. Well, no, try to finish the game with fearsome units, especially that we have a popular deck in Go Hard and Soraka Tom Kench as well. With those decks packing creatures that are below 3 power, it's going to be tough for them to try to block these fearsome creatures once Cythria is on the board.
Yeah, and that being said, I don't think Ping Ping Ho would like to see this particular deck coming down by form by Glamour, and he don't want to deal with the Citria or any form of combat tricks or removal coming in with like Fiora, single combat, sharp sight, and even like concerted strike. So this deck is probably gonna get banned by Ping Ping Ho, and possibly Ping Ping Ho's game plan is to win his opponent with his current lineup that he already have.
Yeah, and adding to that, of course, I think one of the crucial things about this is like Fiora Shen also has a great matchup going into Go Hard. It only has a bad matchup going into Ping Ping Ho's Tamken Soraka, so that's only one deck, and he's trying to protect two of his decks by banning the Fiora Shen, and we are going to go into the match right away in a short moment. But I mean, one more pivotal thing about these match is that it is going to hinge on, like, I think the Twisted Fate Gangplank mirror. But looks like we are going to see Trundle Tryndamere in action against Ezreal Draven on the side of By Glamour. And this is not at all what I expected. I was expecting that Trundle Tryndamere is going to get banned, but it seems like By Glamour has decided against that. And we are going to see it first in action here on the very first game, with already a nice curve on the hand of Ping Ping Ho. He already has but that's not really what you want to start doing here, because you don't want to give Ezreal Draven early stacks. But he goes against that. He goes for a hapless aristocrat, and it looks like he's gonna get in at least one damage. There is not an efficient way to deal with this with a Mystic Shot and the Thermogenic Beam in the hand of By Glamour. But in the general sense of it, usually the control decks have a favorable matchup going into Ezreal Draven, since you do not have a lot of creatures that you are going to try and remove with your Thermogenic Beams, your Tri-Beam Probulators. And once you slam down the FTR, the Field the Rush, on the later turns of the game, it's hard for Ezreal Draven to take out those creatures with both 10-10s in Trundle and Tryndamere.
Yeah, and I believe that right now By Glamour's game plan is gonna be all attacking, and he has to chip in as much damage as possible before moving into turn number 8, and then subsequently finishing Ping Ping Ho off with the triple decimate that actually created by the Captain Baron. And at the same time, with Ping Ping Ho's hand looking at the moment, he doesn't have any access to things like Glimpse Beyond or any form of removal for that Ezreal. So it's gonna be a easy stack for By Glamour Ezreal, and his Ezreal is probably gonna be cruising his way into leveling if Ping Ping Ho doesn't find any form of removal for Ezreal. Ezreal is probably gonna level up, and it might swing into By Glamour's favor moving forward also.
Yeah. Another thing to note is that another thing that Ezreal Draven is having a tough time with is the amount of healing that the Trundle Tryndamere FTR deck can push out, especially that Ping Ping Ho here has teched in triple Tavern Keeper to help with the Nexus health. And of course, Catalyst of Aeons also gives you 3 HP on top of giving you an additional mana to work with. So he is going for an attack here with the Avarosan Trapper and the Hapless Aristocrat, and I think on the side of By Glamour, he is considering if he is going to spend a Mystic Shot on this Avarosan Trapper. But in the general sense of it, of course, he is looking for more damage, so he might look to save that Mystic Shot for shooting down the Nexus instead of taking care of some creatures on the Ping Ping Ho side. He wants to use spells that do not go directly to the Nexus when trying to take care of the units on Ping Ping Ho side, so that he has a lot of burn going into the later turns once Ezreal is leveled up.
Yep, and not forgetting that one copy of Thermogenic Beam in By Glamour's hand is possibly the best card that he could have moving on into turn number 5, knowing that the Trundle might be Ping Ping Ho's best play on turn 5, and he might even be holding the Thermo Beam back for the Trundle. So he has a pretty neat, open attack over here with the Ezreal, as he probably has nothing much to develop. But instead, he's going for the Rummage, looking at his options available for him for this play. And
These old eyes still see
passing the
far
turn back to Ping Ping Ho, and possibly a open attack here would be an attack over here by Glamour would be the right play, producing himself a copy of Mystic Shot and possibly taking out the Everosan Trapper with the Mystic Shot if he wants, or alternatively he could play that Thermal Beam if Ping Ping Ho ever drops down that Trundle over here.
Yeah, and we see there the nerf on Trundle coming into effect because a few patches back, Trundle was at 6 toughness, right? And my Glamour here is owning up 5 for his thermogenic beam, but with the recent nerf on Trundle putting it down to 5 toughness, it becomes an awkward spot for him to put it down with the Ezreal Draven player having 5 mana. So he respects the Thermal Beam in this sense and decides to just go for an Everosan Sentry, trying to net himself a card on block or on attack on the later turn. So the Ezreal here is going to get a free attack since there is not any much things to do about it. He doesn't have a two damage spell that can get rid of the Ezreal, and he is trying to push more damage here with Arachnoid Sentry going onto the Averosan Sentry, and that's going to deny him an additional draw on this turn, and it looks like he's setting up for an Ezreal Mystic Shot as well.
Yeah, and by Glamour knows Ping Ping Ho is needs to draw as much stuff as possible, digging deep into that fielder rush as fast as possible for Ping Ping Ho so that he could close the game. So by Glamour, by stunning this Everosa Sentry, actually deny him one step closer into the deck for this turn so that he could not make any good blocks coming in. And I believe an attack from the Ezreal and then followed up by a Mystic Shot onto the Trapple might be the best play for Glamour, but he might be maybe playing around things like throw chance so that or things like that. But either way, the attacking over here is probably unable to be punished. So
Sounds dangerous.
I believe the attack should be the right call for this turn.
Yeah, but since he already put down the Arachnoid Sentry, he's looking to push in more damage. It looks like he's going to spend the Mystic Shot after all on the Avarosan Trapper. And this is going to be not a bit of a punish because he can go Vile Feast. It's not really like you can trade out the Spider, so you can put down a Vile Feast, giving you 1 HP in the process, putting down a Spider, and then the Arachnoid Sentry is going to be hard to go into the attack zone comfortably. So it's going to be just the Chomp Womp and the Ezreal, and it looks like he's considering the Arachnoid Sentry here, but of course that's quite a trade there to take with just the Spider taking out one of your 3 mana units.
Yeah, and like this one damage coming in from Ezreal is not gonna do much, and By Glamour is trying to chip in as much damage as possible so that when the Pharaoh comes down, is ready to finish off the game. But however, that Valkyries actually stopped that play, and here comes a Yeti coming down, applying more pressure towards Glamour. So Ping Ping Ho actually could shift the game towards his favor with bigger creatures, bigger units coming down from his hand. He has that Trundle to be used as well, and passing the turn back to Ping Ping Ho, not gonna tap out of 6 mana, telling him if I'm ready for a Trundle, it's just a matter of if you want to play it down. So Ping Ping Ho has the decision to play the Trundle, or alternatively, he could go for the Kindly Tavern Keeper as a tempo play instead.
Yeah, I mean, last turn, I think By Glamour there got a little bit greedy with the Arachnoid Sentry into the Mystic Shot play, so he kind of wasted a bit of his resources there. The Trundle here now, of course, being denied by the Thermogenic Beam. Ping Ping Ho has been respecting that Thermo Beam for a while now, and I don't think it makes sense for him to not respect it suddenly out of the blue. So he was trying to bait the Thermo Beam out with the 1 mana Yeti so he can put down a Trundle safely, but By Glamour there putting in a much disciplined play. He doesn't take the Thermogenic Beam on the Yeti, waiting for Ping Ping Ho to make a mistake here by putting down the Trundle. But both players playing it pretty optimal to this point, except for that greedy play with the Arachnoid Sentry and Mystic Shot 2 turns ago from By Glamour.
Yep, and we are closing to turn number 9 for 9 mana for Ping Ping Ho for the next turn. So that being said, the Ledros is probably safe to be played, and then cutting Glamour's health down by half, bringing it down to 8. And he could even finish it off with an atrocity if that Ledros is undamaged. So that Nox and Gluten is never gonna be touching that that Ledros if that Ledros is left undamaged. So a stun coming in onto the Avarice and Sentry, and it seems like By Glamour is still trying his best to push in as much damage into Ping Ping Ho's Nexus as much as possible. But I mean, Ping Ping Ho has access to like to the Harsh Winds, to also the Tiny Tavern Keeper to heal back up to 20 as well. It seems like Ping Ping Ho is slightly more comfortable compared to By Glamour, where By Glamour's clock is actually ticking as he's get closer to a Ledros turn or even a Field Rush turn for Ping Ping Ho.
Yeah, he recognizes here that Ping Ping Ho's next turn might be Field the Rush, so he's trying to weigh his options here. Of course, that is an attack that you would be happy to take. You already used the Arachnoid Sentry to get rid of the Avarosan Sentry from blocking into your Chomp Womp and your Arachnoid Sentry as well. You get a Mystic Shot here from Ezreal that can clean up the Yeti here, but it puts you down to 5 mana, which is just enough, just shy of like getting still preventing that Trundle from going down onto the board.
Yeah, so here comes the Trundle coming in from Ping Ping Ho, and I believe By Glamour is going in straight for that Thermogenic Beam onto that Trundle, not thinking much about a possible Troll Chant that's gonna come out, and there goes the Trundle, and the Ezreal level up over here. And if By Glamour could push off a few more spells, it might put him in a better advantage. But however, here he has a Ledros and an Atrocity ready to go into My Glamour. So I believe Ping Ping Ho might be able to close this game off with a Trundle in a Ledros into Atrocity.
Yeah, he can go for the Ledros play here. I think it is the only play available to him. A smart thing on By Glamour's side, of course, is if he damages the Ledros right away, so he prevents any Atrocity plays from coming, because he has a couple of options to take out the Ledros from ever activating that Atrocity play. Especially he has 2 now, and he will be at 13 mana on the next turn, so he has to go for a Mystic Shot here and then go for a Ravenous Club at the moment that Ping Ping Ho decides to fire off that Atrocity.
Yeah, and also he has to, yeah, exactly. So By Glamour By Glamour accepts, he knows that there might be an Atrocity play coming in, and he has to damage that Ledros so that he could possibly go for that Nox and Gluten to kill off the Ledros if ever an Atrocity comes down. But even though a Atrocity into Nox and Gluten, he also have the Ravenous Flock available for the next turn, or even he's going to fire off the Ravenous Flock right here. And at the same time, he is not gonna get the Atrocity anytime soon. And yeah, he's kind of in a pretty good position. But however, that Withering Veil top deck from Ping Ping Ho is just gonna remove that Ezreal off the board. And yeah, it's still maintaining control against My Glamour for the next turn as well.
Yeah, and it's a smart play here to get rid of the Ledros right away, so you do not have to deal with an Atrocity next turn, right? So now we get a Captain Farron already coming down here from By Glamour, looking for that win here, but a top deck Ruination from Ping Ping Ho is just gonna clean up every single one of these units from By Glamour, and that is a very fortunate top deck going into the Captain Farron play. Of course, he still gets the triple decimate that Captain Farron comes in with, but it looks like he might be considering a rummage play here to try and close out the game. But he also has to think about the amount of healing that Ping Ping Ho can generate. So if he tries to go for a game-winning play here, it might not turn out to be in his favor. So it looks like he's considering the rummage here on maybe a couple of his creatures, on Noxian Guillotine and possibly Thermogenic Beam. hit one damage block. But he decides against that, and it looks like it's gonna be the House Spider coming into play for by Glamour. Oh wait, he just has one mana, my bad. He now the Field the Rush after the top deck of the Ruination? What is this game, man?
So Ping Ping Ho is high rolling into that Fielder Rush without hesitation. Is coming in, and By Glamour has no answer for that Fielder Rush. The Nocturne Delusion could not kill any of the creature, and there we have Ping Ping Ho taking game number 1 against By Glamour in the grand finals. And wow, the way that Ping Ping Ho is actually drawing in this game is drawing like a champion. In fact, a Renation into a Fielder Rush back to back, allowing him to go for the kill and win the game over there. And that was a crazy draw coming in from Ping Ping Ho.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, right? Like that's a way to start off a finals match. You go in, you get a top deck Ruination, take care of the Ezreal, the Farron, and the Sub Dredger all together, and then subsequently after that, right after the turn you decimated the board of your opponent, you go in for a Fielder Rush just right off the top of the deck, and man, that draw was pretty nutty.
Yeah, that was a really good draw, and we get to see the power of Ping Ping Ho's draw ability, and even though without those two cards with Renation or Fielder Rush, right, he could also continue maintaining the board control with the Harsh Winds and Withering Will as well in his hand. So I believe Ping Ping Ho kind of still have an edge over By Glamour, but here we have game number 2, moving into game number 2 with Ping Ping Ho versus By Glamour, with Ping Ping Ho coming in with TK Soraka, and By Glamour is still sticking to the Ezreal Draven, and this particular matchup, By Glamour have to remove as much creatures from Ping Ping Ho's side of the board before it could start healing. As there is Star Spring in his hand as well. There's Astral Protection, and if Ping Ping Ho ever draws into more threat like Soraka, right, By Glamour might be in really huge danger moving forward.
Yeah, and this all goes down to the quality of the hand of By Glamour here. If he finds the appropriate cards, the cards line up for him to try and get the creatures of Ping Ping Ho off the board, it's gonna be great for him. Especially that his Ezreal Draven list does not run any Scorch Earth to try and take care of the Star Spring. He is running double Noxian Guillotine instead of Tech Choice here to deal with the Star Spring. So it's gonna be a lot tougher for him because the Star Spring is gonna stick around until the end of the game. So he has to find ways to get creatures off the board, or it's gonna be tough for him to find the win.
Yep, and Ping Ping Ho over here respecting the thermal beam coming in from By Glamour, so not putting down that Soraka, and immediately stunning the Star Shepherd and into the Ravenous Flock, trying to take the kill on that 0-3 creature. And I think Ping Ping Ho is probably okay with that, as I believe the Krusty Croaker might be the key factor in this opening game for Ping Ping Ho. Having more health and attacking and blocking with the Krusty Croaker is really comfortable for him. And now By Glamour actually taps out from Thermogenic Beam, and Ping Ping Ho could safely face that Soraka, and subsequently using Astral Protection or any form of healing to protect the Soraka moving on as well.
Yeah, and By Glamour here has the key cards to try and pick off the board here from Ping Ping Ho. He has the double Ravenous Flock in the mulligan, and he also has the Noxian Guillotine, which is a great boon for him moving forward. If he finds some way to deal damage to all of the creatures on Ping Ping Ho's side, he can clean it up with the Noxian Guillotine. And if Ping Ping Ho doesn't have any of the healing spells, it is going to be a great time here for By Glamour. The Krusty Carger is going to get taken care of. A 1-mana Thermogenic Beam, double Ezreal now coming into the side of By Glamour's hand. A Captain Farron, which is going to be key to finishing up this game, is already also on its way. And Ping Ping Ho here is looking for maybe a possible draw with the Croaker onto the Soraka, but he is for sure thinking about that Noxian Guillotine with 2 copies in By Glamour's deck.
Yeah, and the top deck guiding touch coming in from the Krusty Croaker, and upon attack, Soraka is gonna heal both Soraka herself and the Krusty Croaker, and it seems like he's not going for the attack and let the Star Spring do its job, and at the same time leveling up. And allow him to have more draw power subsequently, and the Noxian Bulletin is just sitting there waiting for a great opportunity to kill off that Soraka. But it seems like based on what Ping Ping Ho has in his hand at the moment, 3 copies of extra protection and a copy of Guiding Touch, it seems like it's not gonna be easy for by Glamour to actually remove that Soraka off the field anytime soon in this game.
Yeah, and what's gonna be key here is if you can damage the Soraka and then put down a Noxian Guillotine on the behind it, and then one more damage spell just to be sure that you can take it out. That's usually how these sequences go when you are the Draven Ez player. You need to have 2 damage spells to guarantee you the Noxian Guillotine, because they can't heal out of that if that is the case. So as well, since the healing spells are usually bursts, you cannot stack them up in such a way that you can save yourself from the Noxian Guillotine. We have a Broadback Protector here now going down for the side of Ping Ping Ho. Of course, he has that fleeting Mystic Shot, and he is going to decide where he is going to put that. And it might just be on the Soraka if he wants to make a play for a Noxian Guillotine. But he knows that there hasn't been a lot of the healing cards going down for the side of Ping Ping Ho, so he is deciding against that. He goes for a Static Shock now, trying to get the Fortune Croaker out of the way, but just a quick Guiding Touch here, saving the Fortune Croaker, drawing a card from Guiding Touch as well as from Soraka's ability is going to help Ping Ping Ho keep his board here. And Star Spring is going to proc at the end of the turn, healing both creatures, Broadback Protector and Fortune Croaker, ticking up the Star Spring by 3 now since the Octopus is coming down. But a leveled up Ezreal already on the side of By Glamour, and this is just exactly what he needs to start finishing this match up. The downside, of course, is that Ping Ping Ho is incredibly healthy here. He's still at 20, and that's just not how you want the life total of your opponent to be when you're playing Draven Ezreal.
Yeah, and not forgetting he still have that Broadback Protector being really healthy as well at 6 health right now. And with Soraka stacking on top of the Star Spring as well, so the Broadback Protector might be able to heal himself back up and constantly keeping it alive with Soraka, and also adding stacks onto the Star Spring. So this might be the game plan from Ping Ping Ho to heal as much as possible. So even though with the leveled up Ezreal, it's not gonna make too much of a difference for Ping Ping Ho. And that Pale Cascade, if he needs to activate that Pale Cascade could even use to remove that Ezreal with the Boxopus also. And here we have a Noxian Bulletin immediately going onto the Soraka, and Ping Ping Ho has the exact answer for this, healing Soraka back to full health and denying this Noxian Bulletin from going off, and it wasted a 3 mana spell, and at the same time bringing the Star Spring stacks up to 16. And here we have a Mystic Shot guaranteeing that kill onto the Soraka. And yeah, the healing spell being burst, there's no way that he can play around this. And there goes Soraka going down to that Noxian Bulletin.
Yeah, that's usually how these Noxian Guillotine plays play out when you are the Draven Ezreal player. Ravenous Flock here trying to take out the Broadback Protector, but Ping Ping Ho here has the guy. He can choose not to do anything here since it's still 6 HP, right? So that's just a way for Ezreal to do some damage onto your Nexus. And we are going to see a pass here, and the Star Spring here is going to tick up by 2, and that's much closer to Ping Ping Ho eking out the win here with the Star Spring already at 20, and that he can taste it, man. He can taste the $10,000, I'm telling you.
Yeah, especially with 2 Astral Protection in hand, and By Glamour has kind of in no means to actually get a clean win over here, and here adding two more stacks onto the broadback protector, I believe, passing the turn back to Ping Ping Ho, and there we have healing, and there we have it, the start string being activated, and Ping Ping Ho taking game number 2 and taking home the whole series, and $10,000, granting him the champion of the Monuments of Power seasonal tournament. Congratulations to
Yo.
Ping Ping Ho.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations, Ping Ping Ho. That was one hell of a match. I mean, it was looking really grim from the start there with Ezreal Draven going up against Sora Kench. That's a really tough matchup to navigate. Of course, By Glamour there doing the best he can to try and eke out the win. He had a leveled up Ezreal, but the Star Springs, man, coming down at turn 2 and just rolling over a lot of the plays that is available to the Ezreal Draven. There are, of course, Ezreal Draven lists that can try and contest it, but without Culling Strike, without Scorch Earth, it is going to be a uphill battle. And just Ping Ping Ho, man, dominated from the early game all the way to the late game. It was just a secure fashion. He had double or triple Astral protection in hand. There was no way that he was going to lose that matchup against Ezreal Draven on the side of By Glamour.
Yeah, especially right as talking about Astral Protection is not just only heal 4 to one of the creatures, but at the same time it also adds 4 additional health onto one of the units as well. So it could be used as a very good defensive tool or even offensively onto the Star Spring, like what Ping Ping Ho actually demonstrated in the finals. And I just realized that Ping Ping Ho always have Star Spring on turn 2. And this, like, he has never missed Star Spring on turn 2 in this whole tournament. And wow, it actually display the true power of this particular player while he's playing this game.
Yeah, every time we spectated Ping Ping Ho on Soraka Tomken, she always had that Star Spring onto, and that was very crucial into getting him the win here. Because if you don't have that early enough against Draven Ezreal, they can flip his Ezreal and start trying to beat you down with Mystic Shots, and of course finishing you off with the Decimus from Captain Farron, and that was not the case here. He always had it on turn 2. It looks like this was his day to win, and oh my goodness, man! Congratulations to Ping Ping Ho again for winning the lion's share of the $20,000 prize pool. He gets to take home $10,000 from the Monuments of Power seasonal tournament. Of course, the other 31 players are gonna split in the an article published by Ryan. I think there already has been a published article of how the split is going to be for the remaining $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
mean, this has been a great day, right, Moonboy? I hope you enjoyed yourself. I've enjoyed myself for sure. There has been really great matches, of course. In recent memory, of course, there was that insane grass play. I think was that from round 1, the grass play.
Yeah, the round 1, the graphs coming in from Florine. I believe that is probably the moment of the whole competition. Like, we all thought that that graphs is gonna be denied with that with a glimpse beyond, but the graphs onto his own Trundle and flipping the game around for Florine, and that was probably the best play for me in the whole day.
Yeah, and during all throughout the day, we've also witnessed a lot of GPTF Go Hard decks. It wasn't really being banned left and right, but it was always showing up on a lot of the top players' deck lineups, and for sure it looks like one of the best decks out there for tournament and for ladder. And it showed up as well here in the finals. There were also some spicy lists that I think deserves, of course, a mention. There was that nice Demacia list with Harrowing that I think we haven't seen that much of. I think it's a pretty original list. I know that there have been versions of it in the past. It had Rekindler, some had Harrowing, but it's nice to see that decks like that you don't see on ladder regularly. You can see it going deep into a tournament bracket like this. Especially this is the top 32 of arguably the best players on the Southeast Asian server.
Yeah, and I actually spoke to Beauty Sleet just now during one of the breaks, and he actually claimed that the the Lucian Garen deck is actually undefeated for this whole event. So wild cards like this, wild decks like this actually appeared, and it went undefeated. It's just it's just unfortunate they actually lost to Ping Ping Ho from with that Feel the Rush deck against his Scouts. But I mean, bringing in such a unorthodox deck into the tournament is a really huge risk, and I believe by Glamour actually Beauty Sleep actually got the reward out of this particular risk that he actually took. And I also like to bring your attention to Scuttlebutt, who actually brought in Shyvana Dragons. That's one of the decks that we haven't really been seeing, and I know Zero Infinity himself has been tinkering with dragons ever since the start of the release, and we even seen a few variations that he actually created. With the dragon archetype himself. So I'm really surprised to see dragons in a tournament in the stage like this. And he actually won a game against Forin in the first round.
Yeah, and as well as like he used it also to go navigate through pools, getting all the way here to the top 32. There have been some really great decks. Of course, there are the usual suspects, and we saw a comeback of Lee Sin, I think, with Lee Sin and Karma. So I mean, we're just gonna look a final look at the top 32 bracket and see the journey that these players have navigated throughout the day. So we started off with 32 players, and now we were down to two with Ping Ping Ho and Bai Glamour in the grand finals, and now we're down to one single grand champion, and that's Ping Ping Ho right here from Taiwan, bringing in the best decks by far in this top 32 cut.
Yeah, and their journey is not simple. Moving on into the grand finals, Ping Ping Ho has to meet players like Busy Sleeping and Mr. Bear. By Glamour actually won good players like Weather 5 and Scarp. So everyone deserves to be part of this event. Everyone is such a good player, and it actually shows the power level of the Southeast Asian players here from Legends of Runeterra. So maybe we should go through what Ping Ping Ho actually brought into the tournament so far, and especially the MVP. Probably the most interesting deck that he brought is the Tenkan Soraka, where I believe players are actually tagged towards it, but not a lot of players actually are keen to actually bring this particular deck into the tournament, and Ping Ping Ho actually made it, and he shows the power level of this particular deck.
Yeah, and I mean, we said it a while ago, and we'll say it again. Star springs onto every game that Ping Ping Ho played with this deck, and that has been crucial to his success in finding out the way, being the grand champion here in the first ever Legends of Runeterra seasonal tournament. So it's quite an amazing feat to win with a deck that doesn't even play by the conventional means, because we have witnessed majority of our games with people trying to bring down their opponent's Nexus life down to zero. But Ping Ping Ho making a great call here, bringing an unconventional deck into the top 32, winning it out with a Star Spring every single time it was played on his side. And it's been really great seeing these decks that do not play on a conventional axis make it into the deep territory, into these top 32 brackets, which is of course very stacked with great players. Of course, Moonboy mentioned a lot of the top ranking players actually have made it into top 32 cut. Artify, High, we've seen them play a while ago, but none other than Ping Ping Ho has brought them down to their knees and took home a hefty prize pool of $10,000.
Yeah, $10,000 is indeed a lot of money, and this is the winning deck that Ping Ping Ho actually brought into the tournament. So yes, there are total of 1,000 players who actually joined the Monument of Power seasonal tournament, and it has been a long journey. It's a long 2 months journey for all 1,000 players, and we went through the whole season. And some players grind through masters, and there are also 2 players who actually qualify via the last chance gauntlet. So that being said, you don't really need to be a master player to participate in this event. And even in top 32, 2 of them from the gauntlet actually made it through all the way to the pool stages, the playoff stage as well. So yeah, overall I feel like this is a pretty good platform for everyone, and I hope everybody is going to play on and the next season tournament is gonna be so much more exciting with everyone improving.
Yeah, it's been a great start to the esports side of Legends of Runeterra. We already have the in-client tournament, which runs incredibly smooth, and we have seen a lot of our players that we know and love from the top of the ladder competing here in the highest level of play. We have also seen everyone's journey from we actually came from 1,000 players last week. We now have just one grand champion out of all of them. That's Ping Ping Ho. And of course, a big shout out to Riot for organizing all of this, and of course the production team here on ESL for the broadcast here on the Southeast Asian side. But we are going to have another expansion, and that's just going to be another season of these tournaments going live. After 2 months, we're gonna be back here and doing another seasonal tournament. There's gonna be the same amount of prize pool on the line, and that's a lot of money to begin with. And we are just going to get better from here. This is just the start of the esports scene from Legends of Runeterra, and it's been great being part of it. And yeah, man, I'm looking forward to the expansion. I'm looking forward to the new decks that we are going to see after this season. And of course, in 2 months' time, we'll be back with another seasonal tournament for everyone here. So that has been it for the broadcast today. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. I hope you had fun as much as we did. And good night, everybody.
Right, good night.